Kindly go to our sample case studies folder, and today we are going to discuss the most important formulas and functions as we have decided. Okay, so go to the file name called corporate case studies. And here we are going to start with the sheet called lookup. So that is a sheet over here called lookup. Okay, so kindly confirm with a simple message Y for yes in the chat box that you have got the same worksheet in front of your screen is opened. Mohan, okay. Jairus, Camlin till எல்லாரும் வந்திருக்காங்களா?
Yes, sir. No, sir.
ஓகே. சப்போஸ் யார் வரல நீங்க ஒரு ரிமைண்ட் போடுங்க. சீக்கிரம்
No,
ஜாயின்
no.
பண்ணுங்க.
Right, sir.
Okay.
Okay, sir. No worries.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. All
Thank
right.
you, sir.
Yeah. So the first thing is we are going to discuss about the formula called VLOOKUP. Anybody who doesn't know what is VLOOKUP, please feel free to drop a message. Don't know. If you do not know what is VLOOKUP, drop me a chat box message. Don't know. No need to feel shy. No one is inborn intelligent. People learn out of their own experience or with someone's guidance. So if you do not know, I'll start from the scratch. If you know, we can skip the topic. This is the only reason why we are working through this option. Okay. So Mohan is not aware. How about others? Feel free to drop a message. If you do not know, don't know. That's it. Okay. Chiranjeevi, thank you so much. Gobi also not knowing. Okay, no issue. Some of our friends, they are not aware of VLOOKUP. Let me first take you through the same. And okay, survived only on VLOOKUP, no issues. Fine then. So Dinesh is also not aware. Okay, people. So thank you so much for your response, and I appreciate your honest answer. And please stay focused on our screen. See, VLOOKUP. Okay, if you ask someone in today's world, if you do not know VLOOKUP, it seems as if you have done a big crime working in Excel. If you do not know VLOOKUP, this is the kind of terror they have spread across. So it's not about the terror. Why they are saying like this? Because this is one of the essential formula in our routine activities. And if you do not know, then definitely you have to spend a lot of time for doing your job. So we are not going to have that same feel over here anymore. We are going to learn how to use this formula in our routine activities in spreadsheet application and make our job easy. First of all, let me take you through about the theoretical understanding where we should use VLOOKUP. What is our VLOOKUP formula? What are the exact tasks it does? Let's have a basic understanding. Then we'll go on discuss about the VLOOKUP formula in depth. Okay, take a look. Suppose say I want to go for a laptop. I want to purchase a new laptop. I have seen a lot of brands around my friends, my colleagues, they are using. So what I did, I created a list in a Excel sheet having all the brands I'm aware of, and I have kept that file. I went to the market. I asked with one of shop vendor or shopkeeper, you can say, and I asked him, sir, whatever the laptop you are dealing with, could you please give me a catalog? So he said, I don't have a ready-made catalog, but yes, I can give you in a piece of paper. And what is the best price I can offer? I can give you the entire list. So the vendor has given a list in a piece of paper like this, having the brands and what is the maximum rate he is going to offer me, that is given. Now, taking that cat paper from the shopkeeper, I came back to my workstation and I opened that Excel file. And what is the job I have right now with me is whatever the brands I have listed in that Excel corresponding to that column, I need to populate the rates by looking at the catalog given by the vendor. So if I need to do the same manually, forget about Excel, how will I do that? Focus on my screen, follow my instructions, no need to do anything, just follow the audio. Now, if I need to do the same job, what I'll do? First, I'll be looking at my list. What is the first brand? Acer. I will take that. Then I'll go and check in this vendor's list or vendor's catalog whether Acer is there. Yes. What is the corresponding rate? 22,000. Now, having said this, I'll come back to my Excel sheet and I'll just do the typing work of 22,000. This is how I will do the job manually. Do you all agree with me? If you happen to do the task manually, will you be doing the same?
Yes.
Right. So this is what we did it manually. Fine. Now, Acer value we have found out. What is the next one? Apple. Again, I took that. I looked back again in the vendor's catalog. Apple is there? Yes. What's the price? 45,000. Again, I'll come back over here. I'll update my list 45,000. So this is how I will be doing the job, and I have to do this task 10 times, 10 different times, isn't it? Because I have got 10 brands. Now the task, what we did it manually, the same thing when you ask Excel to deliver the job, Excel will be taking the help of VLOOKUP formula. So what we did manually, VLOOKUP exactly does the same. Okay. Now why we need to take a VLOOKUP? Because here we have got maximum 10 brands and I can search by hitting it 10 different times. But think about a real-time situation. You have 100 material codes and you want to find out what is the stock as on today of those 100 material codes. So where you will be looking at definitely your stock statement. So when you go to the stock statement, there are 1 lakh material code is there. So 100 material data, you have to search in 1 lakh line items. Now, if that is the case, can you do this task for 100 times? Go and finding control F. Can you do it for 100 times? It's very tiresome. It's very time taking job. So this is the place where we have to use VLOOKUP. So basically VLOOKUP works only for searching the data between two different Excel sheets, two different Excel files, or in the same worksheet itself, top to bottom or bottom left to right, you can search over there. All right. So what it does exactly, we got a clarity. Now let's start working with our formula. As we develop the practice, start working with me. Select your entire range of your rate column, everyone, and then equal to VLOOKUP. Now we'll go and read the each and every element. What is the first element? It is asking. Kindly look at your own sheet. It's asking
Book
for
value.
lookup value.
Value.
Yes,
Book value.
lookup value. Read it properly. Lookup value. So now, what is the meaning by lookup value? Just recall what we did it manually first. So we have opened our own Excel sheet. We have taken the look at brand column. What is the first brand we have? Acer. So that becomes my lookup value. So lookup value is nothing but what we have with us to search. So we have Acer to search. Okay, so we got the clarity about our lookup value. Now, coming back to table array, next element. What is the meaning by table array? So if you remember, we have taken Acer, but where we searched in our vendors catalog. Now this entire vendors catalog is nothing but our table array. So what is table array? We are clear. Now, comma. What is the next one? It is asking column index number. COL stands for column index number. So here we have to just discuss something. First of all, the moment we have done the job manually, we have never discussed anything about column index number. Then why VLOOKUP is asking something like this? It has got its own reason. Try to understand. So now just take one step back. Try to understand the concept. When you look at our lookup value, can you see the font color of that particular cell reference? It is turned out to be blue. And same blue color border also it is applied to that cell. But when you go for table array, it has taken the font color as maroon and same maroon color border also applied to that range. So why VLOOKUP or Microsoft Excel, why they are doing this kind of setup? They could have simply just written the formula when taking the reference. Why they are doing the color coding and combinations? It's a very simple message for us that this maroon color border we have to focus now. So in this maroon color border, how many columns are there? We have to first take a look. So how many columns are there in this maroon color border? If you look at, there are two. First is the brand,
Two.
second is the rate. And ideally, how do we read our data in Excel? Always we are starting from left and moving towards right. So my leftmost column brand is the column number 1 and rate is the column number 2. This is how we should read. We should not read by the column headers like C and D. So we should read within that border area, two columns are there. Brand is the first column, rate is the second column. Now, out of these two, which is already there with us? We have already got brand with us, right? Now, what we are looking for? We are looking for rate. And rate is in which column in that border area? In the second column. So that is nothing but my column index number we have to define as 2. So this is what, how to count, how to read your column index number in VLOOKUP formula. We got the understanding. Now, comma. What's the next one? Range lookup. True, false, approximate match, exact match. Lot of ask is there over here. And it's quite confusing even. And while doing the job manually, we never discuss something called true, false, or exact match or approximate match. So why VLOOKUP is asking like this and making the things more complex? Forget about this. Ignore it. Just ensure that VLOOKUP always ends up with 0. Now, the question is, what is the significance of typing 0? So I'll take you through that. The moment you go for 0 over here, people, okay, this is nothing but to make it happen as one-to-one match or exact match. Just to give you instructions to Excel, make it happen as one-to-one match or exact match. Now, what exactly to be matched? The lookup value. So lookup value, if you look at what is the spelling of ACER? ACER. So when I go and take the table array, is it containing ACER? Yes. Then only it will take the column index number 2 and get the result. So this is nothing but called one-to-one match or exact match. So whatever the lookup value you have, whatever the search box you have, or search value you have, if it is exactly matching you in your parent document or parent data, then it should bring the result. If R is missing over here or E is missing over here, then it will not have a one-to-one match and result will definitely not on. So this is the reason why we are giving the formula help or instructions to the VLOOKUP at the end, naming code 0. Formula is ready only for a cell. We know already we need to apply the same for the entire case. What is the shortcut? If you remember, day 1, day 2, all these things we have done already.
Control
Anybody?
enter.
Control enter. Very good. So we got our records ready. But unfortunately, some cases we are not getting the answer, like Dell, Samsung, Toshiba. Is it not there in our vendors catalog? Yes, all are there. But why only on these three cases it is not getting the value? Let's go and take a look. So when I open the formula, can you see the problem? When I copy this formula towards down, my table array is also moving down. The vendor's catalog is also moving down. So the moment I reach to Samsung, this is further moving down. Can you see that? So this is the reason why Samsung, Dell, Toshiba is living in the top. So this is what we have already seen in our day 1 and day 2 as well. So what we need to do, selecting the entire range, and the range which is creating a trouble, we should select and we should lock it. And how to lock it? By using F4 or function F4, depends on the brand of laptop you are using or keyboard behavior you have, and formula is rectified only with one cell, need to apply for rest. What's the shortcut? Control enter. So this is our people. We have understood how to write our VLOOKUP formula over there and get our result. So just give it a try. Any difficulties in understanding any of these elements, whatever we have discussed, please feel free to ask. So lookup value, table array, column index number, exact match. 4 elements are there in VLOOKUP. If any element is not clear, do let me know. So those who are working with your VLOOKUP for first time, I believe it gives more clarity how to operate with this VLOOKUP formula. Any challenge? Anything is there?
Prabhas, Mohan here,
Yeah, yeah.
so the column log to be entered after this 2, is it? The number of columns.
No, no, no. It's not about number of columns. The column where you have got the desired output and where it is appearing in the border area. Like say, take an example, what we did over here, the same thing. I'm just repeating.
Hmm.
Go for one by one element. So first we ask for lookup value. This is our lookup value. That's clear. If you're watching my
Okay.
screen,
Yep,
then
yep.
it asks me table array. So where to search? We have searched in our vendors catalog.
Yeah.
So when you go for this vendors catalog, how many columns are there in that border area?
The columns.
Two. So brand is the first column, rate is the second column. Now it is asking column index number. So which column I am having my desired output? I am looking for rate. So rate is in that border area, second column. So that's why we have gone for 2, comma, what kind of match you are looking for. So as it is, whatever the value I am looking for, if it is there, then only it should pick the value. For that reason, exact match 0.
Okay.
Yeah. And the moment you hit enter, this is ready. But the same, when you go and apply, it is creating a trouble. Dell, Samsung, Toshiba, it doesn't pick up the value. Reason, the formula is, if you look at when you copy the formula down, the table area, the search area, the table area is also moving down. So it should not
Right.
move. Though I'm looking for Acer or Toshiba, it always should start searching the data starting from brand, ending up with 45,000. It should not go beyond that. So this is the reason why we need to restrict the movement. So taking C3 to D3, the border area, it should be locked. So hitting F4. So when I go and hit F4 over here, control enter, this is rectified. So this is how we have got our VLOOKUP formula.
சார் இந்த ஃபார்முலா எப்படி சார் ஷோ வருது? என்ன ஃபார்முலா சார்? ஃபார்முலா ஷோ ஆகுதுல்ல சார்?
Answer walla.
இல்ல ஆன்சர் வருது சார். இந்த ஃபார்முலா ஷோ ஆகுது எப்படி சார் உங்களுக்கு?
Formula text.
ஃபார்முலா டெக்ஸ்ட்.
Formula text.
Okay.
Formula text.
The formula
ஓகே ரைட்
text.
சார்.
The
Okay.
day one நான் சொல்லிருக்கேன். The some product சொல்லும் போது ஞாபகம் இருக்கா? Some product formula text நான்
yes
சொல்லிருக்கேன்.
sir.
உங்களுக்கு சொல்லியாச்சு உங்களுக்கு.
ஓகே சார்.
Same formula. வேற ஒண்ணும் இல்ல. Okay. So I believe now everybody is clear with our VLOOKUP formula. Okay. Now I'll take you through the formula called HLOOKUP. So there is one more formula over here with regard to lookup family is called HLOOKUP. So what is the meaning by HLOOKUP? Like V stands for vertical, H stands for horizontal. So when you have your data in vertical format, you can go for VLOOKUP formula. If your data is in horizontal format, you have to go for HLOOKUP formula. So when you have the data in horizontal format, we cannot apply VLOOKUP. So same thing, now we are going to see. Rest of logics are same. Only thing is in place of V, we have to go for H. In place of column index number, we have to go for row index number. This is the only change. Rest of logics are same. Just have a look. We have got 2 row items where we have got our vendors catalog. I'm taking the same example. It's about vendors catalog. Okay. Where brand and rates are there. Perfect. Now, what I have with me is I have only the list of brands where I need to populate the rates below to that by looking at our vendors catalog. So if that is the case, then how to deal with? Let's go and start working together. So as we develop the practice, first select your entire array where you want the solution. Okay. Now leave your mouse, leave your touchpad, immediately start equal to H lookup. Okay. So now what it demands, like VLOOKUP, what it was asking, lookup value. HLOOKUP also asks for lookup value. And we have already discussed what is the meaning by lookup value. What we have with us to search, we have got Acer to search. Perfect. As it is like VLOOKUP only we are defining, comma. What's the next one? Table array. I told you what is the meaning by table array. Where to search? In the master data, in our vendor's catalog. You can start searching from brand or you can start searching from Samsung also. No issues, no worries. Now, once you define the range, this range should not move right. When I copy this formula towards right, this range should not move right, because VLOOKUP was also having the trouble when you copy the formula towards down and the entire range was going down. So we should not make it happen. So how to restrict that? By hitting F4 key. So when you know this problem is going to come, then why don't you lock the cells? Now, come on. What's the next one? Row index number. What VLOOKUP was asking? Column index number, since the data was in vertical format. So now the data is in horizontal format. It is asking row index number. And I told you in case of VLOOKUP how to compute your column index number. Just get one step back. And in this border area, how many rows we have? 2 rows. What is the first row item? Brand. What is the second one? Rate. So out of these 2 row items, which is already there with us, we have already got brand with us. What we are looking for? We are looking for rate, and rate is in second row. So that's why row index number, it turns out to be 2. Come on. What kind of match? As we discussed in case of VLOOKUP, what we are opting? Going for exact match, that is ending up with 0. Formula is ready, only with one cell, need to apply for rest. Control, enter, and we got the result. So this is how again H lookup, just like your V lookup we have applied, but only thing is in place of V, we have to use H. In place of column index number, we have to go for row index number. All right. So check it out. Any difficulties in understanding H lookup?
Uh, Prabhas, I
Yeah.
have when I'm doing that Control Shift 1 to get the number, if I click on Control Shift and that right hand side numbers 1, it is not coming. So when I have
It
to
will not come. It
Control
will not
Shift
come.
and the one which is in the keyboard 1, only then it comes. Is that something
Yes,
or?
yes, yes. The reason is, see, though we have got in our desktop or 15-inch monitor laptop, we have got two types of different num keypad and the number keypad over here.
Mm.
But technically, the keyboard shortcut is configured for this kind of exclamatory mark. Can you see in the numerical one exclamatory mark is there?
Ah,
So
yes.
technically, control and exclamatory mark is nothing but to convert any format to number. But this exclamatory mark is not my the default key. It has to be activated only with when I go for shift. That's why the combination control, shift, and 1. But backend, actually, we are using exclamatory mark, the keyboard shortcut.
Ah, okay.
That's why.
Ah, okay. Oh, I thought my keyboard is not working.
No, 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 no.
Or
It's
I'm
not like
not
that.
pressing that one very hard there.
No, 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 no.
Thank you.
You have to go for softwares. All right. So I believe everybody is clear with our HLOOKUP formula also, people. Any doubt, any queries in VLOOKUP or HLOOKUP? Anybody? All right.
Sir, default 0 is false, sir. False mean பண்ணுமா 0 ன்னு போட்டா
Exact
Zero
match.
போட்டா exact match. நீங்க false
ஓ
true
எக்ஸாக்ட் மேட்ச்
அப்படியே
ஓகே ஓகே
அப்படியே அப்படியே நீங்க கால்குலேட் பண்ணாதீங்க. ஏன்னா false நீங்க சப்போஸ் இப்போ மெமரைஸ் பண்ணீங்கன்னா ஒரு வாட்டி false இப்படி exact match ஆகும். அது ஒரு கொஸ்டின் திருப்பி வரும். ஸோ நீங்க
0
false true
போடுறதா பெஸ்ட்
ஆமா 0 exact
ஓகே
match.
ஓகே சார்
அப்படியே அப்படியே நீங்க மெமரைஸ் பண்ணீங்க. சப்போஸ்
ஓகே
யாருக்கு இப்போ சப்போஸ் உங்க டீம்மேட்ல யாருக்கு
இல்ல
VLOOKUP
ஸ்ட்ரைட்டாவே நம்ம 0 டைப் பண்ணிடலாம் அதுல போயிட்டு
ஆமா
எக்ஸாக்ட்டா
ஆமா ஆமா அது நீங்க செலக்ட் பண்ணாதீங்க. காலம் இண்டெக்ஸ் நம்பர் முடிச்ச அப்புறம் ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்கா நீங்க 0 கொடுக்கணும். அந்த மாதிரி
ஓகே
நீங்க
ஓகே
ஞாபகம் வச்சுக்கோங்க. Okay. All right. So friends, I believe we are clear with our VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP. But the very, very important things about VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP we need to know also. What is that? We cannot apply VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP wherever we want. If you want to apply VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP, you need to satisfy 3 rules, which is very, very essential to know. I'll take you through that. Watch my screen. No need to do anything. Okay, I'll copy paste that later in the chat box. Rule number 1, VLOOKUP says I will help you only if the data is in vertical format. What does it mean by data should be in vertical format? Which data has to be in vertical format? That also we need to know. So if you come back to our data set, we have got two data set. One is our workings. This is our data. And this is what the vendor's catalog. So vendor's catalog data has to be in vertical format. So this is called your parent data has to be in vertical format. Then only you can apply VLOOKUP. All right. So rule number 1 for VLOOKUP, is it clear? Data should be in vertical format. Which data? The parent data. Now coming back to HLOOKUP, data has to be in, data has to be in horizontal format. Then only you can apply HLOOKUP. So which data? Again, the parent data. On parent data in the sense, where is the parent data? It is there in this. This is called your parent data or the vendor's catalog. It has to be in horizontal format. Then only I can apply HLOOKUP. Okay. Now coming back to rule number 2, VLOOKUP says there should not be any duplicate in the master data or our case the vendor catalog. So I'll just write in shorthand. VC means vendor's catalog. So there should not be any duplicacy. Like take an example. The moment I ask my vendor to give a catalog in the brand column, there should not be any duplicate. Like say Acer is there more than one time, Samsung is there for more than one time, then VLOOKUP will always pick the first value. So this is the reason why we always recommend, and VLOOKUP also says that ensure that there is no duplicates over here. And if at all duplicate is there, VLOOKUP will always pick the first value. All right. Rate may be duplicate, no problem. In our list, brand may be duplicate, no problem. It is going to give the same data. But in our master data, brand column should not contain any kind of duplicates. Same rule goes for our HLOOKUP also. There should not be any duplicate in the master data or the vendor's catalog. Now, rule number 3, it says that the data flow always have to be, the data flow has to be always left to right. So what does it mean by data flow has to be left to right? Just watch my screen. The moment I ask my vendor to give a catalog, suppose he has not given the data like this, he has given something like this, then VLOOKUP will not work. Okay, VLOOKUP will not work because VLOOKUP cannot read your data from right to left. It cannot read your data. So data flow has to be left to right, but it is not necessary that the rate column has to be there with immediate right to the brand column. It can be something like this also, no problem. And while you are looking for your table array, while you are giving your table array range, you should start selecting with brand. Anything before brand, you no need to select, and you have to select up to rate. Anything after rate also, if it is available, you no need to select. So this is now how to select your table array. That also we got the information. And in between whatever the column also is there, we need to take it. We cannot hold the control button and select like this and calculate our column index number 2. You can't do that. You have to take the entire range like this. Okay, so this is called nothing but our rule number 3. The data flow has to be always left to right in case of our VLOOKUP formula. Similarly, for HLOOKUP, the data flow has to be always top to bottom. Then only our HLOOKUP will work. So which data? Again, the master data. So over here, when you look at over here, suppose that this master data is there something like this. Suppose the vendor has given something like this. Then HLOOKUP cannot read our data from bottom to top. So this is the reason why the data flow has to be in top to bottom in case of our HLOOKUP formula. So these are the rules, people, always you have to keep in your mind whenever you go for application of VLOOKUP or HLOOKUP. So please confirm all the rules are clear. Any doubt, any queries, or any difficulties in understanding any of the rules?
Not duplicate.
Duplicate. Okay. See, இப்போ பாருங்க. The moment இப்போ பாத்தீங்கன்னா நம்ம எக்ஸல்ல ஓகே ஏசர் எவ்வளவு வந்திருக்கேன் 22,000. ஏன்னா ஏசர் ஒரு வாட்டி தான் இருக்கேங்க பாத்தீங்களா? சப்போஸ் இப்போ போயிட்டு நான் சாம்சங் ஏசர் சேஞ்ச் பண்ணிக்கிறேன் பாருங்க. ஸோ ஏசர் வேல்யூ இப்போ 2 இருக்கு. பட் முதல்ல ஏசர் வேல்யூ எவ்வளவு இருக்கு? 25,000. So இப்போ 22,000 வராது 25,000 வரும் பாருங்க நான் enter கூட வந்துட்டா 25,000
Yes, sir.
ஏன்னா yes sir more than one time is there. So more than one time means duplicate. So when duplicate is there, VLOOKUP will always pick the first value. So yes sir first time எவ்வளவு வந்திருக்கா 25,000. So 25,000 automatically வந்துச்சாங்க. Okay. So that's the reason why I told you there should not be any duplicates. Yes. Any other queries as such with the rules? This is very, very essential. So tomorrow while working with your VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP, if at all VLOOKUP is not working, probably one of the rule is not satisfied. So you have to be very, very thorough with this. Okay. Fine then. So I understand that now everyone is now in equal page. We all are clear with our VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP, and we are ready for the next level. Okay. So let's go to our next sheet over here. Naming called VLOOKUP with approximate match, which is being while a mystery for us. And the moment the day we have learned our VLOOKUP, we are always following with zero. And whoever has taught us, if you ask someone why we are putting zero, people are not clear. They say, don't ask so much of question. Just remember one simple rule: VLOOKUP always ends up with zero. Now, if you ask them, okay, there is some called true, false is there, but if I go for exact match, it is taking false. What is that true then? Where to use that true? And what is by meaning by true? True is called approximate match. So where to use approximate match? People are not clear. Trust me. And if you ask them, okay, can you help me out understanding approximate match? They will say, don't ask so much of questions, okay? You are not aware of VLOOKUP, I told you. Now just that is enough for you. Don't go for in-depth of all these things. And if you want to know, then go for and Google yourself. This is how people treat. Do you agree? Absolutely, yes. So now, right. So when we are not supposed to know that formula, what is approximate match, then why VLOOKUP has designed that? Why Microsoft has come up with such kind of formula called approximate match? So if it is of no use, then they should not have spent this much of time to design the formula, right? But trust me, this is really going to save a lot of time of ours, and it has got its very beautiful uses. I'm going to take you through. So this is not going to be more anymore the mystery for us, and we are going to have that flavor where to use approximate match. So we have a very beautiful example. Stay focused. No need to do anything. Just understand the concept, what exactly we have and how to achieve it. Okay, take a look. We have got the list of employee names, and I have conducted one assessment, and I have got the ratings, the score. You can take it like that. And my boss or my management has given me a task stating that, Prabhas, there is a circular for you. Look at the same and please award those grades to those people depending upon the ratings. Now take a look. If I am going to give the grade for the first rating 3.5, look at the circular. What should be the grade for 3.5?
D.
Yes, people?
D.
Grade D. Yeah, 3.9.
C. C, sir.
C. Right. So
C.
similarly, yeah, absolutely. So this is what we need to fill the grade one by one, depending upon the ratings over here by looking at our circular. If that is the case, then how to deal with the same? What we do exactly? This is a real-time situation. Yes, people, can anybody give me some idea what we do in that case?
Instead of zero, it's like the approximate match. So because we'll match those grades with this rating in the G
Okay.
column.
Okay, let's go for that. Watch my screen. I'm doing it since Archana is saying I'm doing that, taking this range, going for locking the same, comma, which column I'm having the grid in this border area.
G.
Is it two? Is it two? Not G. Is
Okay,
it two?
two.
See, we look up in this border area, there are two columns.
Two.
Now rating is falling over here in this is the common column. And I'm looking for grade. Grade is in the second column, comma. If I go for one, what happens?
Yes, sir.
We are not getting the answer, but certain cases we are getting the answer. Where it is having a one-to-one match, I am getting the answer. Can you see that? So in place of one, even if I go for zero, I'll be getting the answer same. I'll be getting the answer same. Then what is the difference? Quite confusing, isn't it? So what is happening actually? Wherever, even if you go for one, wherever it is one-to-one match is there, it is going to give the result. But wherever the data is falling in a range, wherever the data is falling in a range, it is unable to get the result. So this is what the trouble. Because if you go for 3.5, it is nowhere matching in the matrix. If you go for 3.7, it is not matching with this kind of slab. So this is the only reason why when the data falling in a range, our VLOOKUP with exact match or approximate match fails. So what we need to do, we have to go for approximate match, but it is not so easy as it is you can apply like just like your VLOOKUP with exact match. For that, you need to go for certain validation rules. So if you want to apply VLOOKUP with approximate match for this, how to apply this? First of all, rule number one, it says that if you go for VLOOKUP with approximate match, you must have a matrix in your place. So what is the meaning by matrix? Watch my screen. Okay, no need to do anything for the time being. Watch my screen. I'll go for creating a matrix, something like that over here so that I could populate my data. So I'll go for over here, 2.6 and 5. Now, what does it mean exactly? Let me take you through. What do you believe now? When the person is scoring 0, grade E. When it is scoring 3.1, grade D. Now, what if somebody scores more than 0 but less than 3.1? I repeat, when somebody scores more than 0 but less than 3.1, what should be the grade?
E.
More than 0 but less than 3.1. What should be the grade? Should be grade E? Yes or no? More than 0 but less than 3.1 should be grade E. Similarly, if suppose somebody scores more than 3.1 but less than 3.6, what should be the grade? Should be D. Do you agree? So this is called data falling in a range. Like what kind of data we can expect that it should be in range, like our incentive slabs, our discount slabs, income tax slabs. Like income tax slabs, you must be knowing you all are paying your taxes, right? So what is that rules we have income tax? Up to a certain limit, taxes nil, exempted. So 2.5 lakhs or 5 lakhs. Now the new regime, if you talk about up to 5 lakhs, nil. 5 lakh to 7 lakh 50, 10%. 7 lakh 50 to 10 lakhs. If you go for 20%, something like that, we have the rules. So what is that meaning? Up to 5 lakhs nil, but 5 lakhs, more than 5 lakhs, but less than 7 lakh 50, 10%. So that's called falling in a range. So what type of data can fall in a range? Only the numbers. So whenever you have the numbers falling in a range, and you do not have a one-to-one match, you need to go for a approximate match. Okay, so this is what nothing but that theory, whatever you look at, it has been explained over here. So here, this is nothing but the theory for this. So this is nothing to do, I mean, over in our formula, but yes, this is just for the understanding I have created. So technically, this is the matrix. It is essential, as I told you, rule number one. Rule number two is the matrix must be sorted. So is it sorted? Yes, starting from 0, ending out with 5. So we have a chronological order and it is the smallest to largest order. So now we can go for simply application of our formula over here. Just see. I'll go for equal to VLOOKUP. Lookup value in my left, comma, table array. I should include everything over here, like all these three columns. All right. Now, I need to lock it. Reason we know when we copy the formula down, it should give me the entire answer. Now, comma, over here, column index number. In this border area, how many columns are there now? 1, 2, 3. So this is my common column and column index number has to be 3. Now, so far we have been working with zero exact match, but data is not falling in exactly. Sometimes it is falling in a range. So we should go for approximate match. Now formula is ready. Only for a cell, need to apply for rest. Now take a look. Earlier, which was not giving the answer. Now, is it coming up? So this is called nothing but your VLOOKUP with approximate match. Just give it a try and check, is it working? It will be very, very helpful. Whenever you go for your data aging or any kind of calculation when the data is falling in a slab or you are doing some rating assessments or anything you are doing, you can bring it on. Yes, people, is it working? Any questions from anybody?
That means anytime we have to work with a range, we have to pick up the first bit of the range, the first number of the range.
Yeah, this matrix is important. If you want to go for the VLOOKUP with the approximate match, this matrix you have to create it manually.
Hmm. Okay.
So what is VLOOKUP with the exact match? What is VLOOKUP with the approximate match? We are clear. Now suppose say this answer was not there for you. Of course, this is something new concept we learned today. How you used to solve this kind of puzzle? Any idea? If you do not, I mean, if you
If with the formula if.
absolutely. So we used to write a lengthy if statement. So how many conditions does that in that if formula imagine? One, two, three, four, five, six. So total six conditions we used to customize in one formula. And as I told you in day one itself, the more the if formula, file size will be more. Now think about it, the same if formula lengthy one 10,000 times when you go and apply, how much the file size would be and how much time it will be taking to you process your data. So all these challenges are there. Having said this, so if such kind of situation comes, people, just take a pain of taking 2 minutes, design this kind of matrix and solve this equation by using VLOOKUP with approximate match. Trust me, the people will definitely thank to you that you made my life easy. All right, so we are done with our VLOOKUP with approximate match. Any doubt, any queries? Are we good?
Hello.
Like VLOOKUP
Yes.
itself takes considers that first one as a uh, I mean it starts to consider the first number as the range actually because we have created this table, no?
You have to select while taking the table array, you got to select from this first column because this is our common criteria. This column is going to have a common criteria like this. So that's why we need to have that column. Else it will never work because this column, I cannot go and search about my this column lookup value. I cannot search in this.
Yeah, because it
That's
is
what.
having the written number as 2 and
Right,
stuff. Yeah.
right. So this is the reason why we need to have this column. Then only we can have a common column. And here, since the data is falling in a range, we need to end up with approximate match.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that
Yes.
F column using which formation? F column.
F column. The formula கது கிடையாது ஒன்றும் formula இல்லை இந்த manual நம்ம டைப் பண்ணிருக்கோம்
ஓ சரி அது ஃபார்முலா வச்சு டைப் பண்ண முடியாது எடுக்க முடியாது
இல்ல ஆமா நீங்க ஃபார்முலா வச்சு டைப் பண்ணிக்கலாம் நான் ஆல்ரெடி சொல்லியாச்சு உங்களுக்கு இப்போ நீங்க பாத்தீங்கன்னா நம்ம டே 2ல ஒரு ஃபிளாஷ் ஃபில் ஒரு ஆப்ஷன் பண்ணிருக்கோம் ஞாபகம் இருக்கா ஃபிளாஷ் ஃபில்
எஸ் சார்
அதே மாதிரி நீங்க பண்ணிக்கலாம் சப்போஸ் இப்போ இங்க பார்த்துட்டு 0 டைப் பண்ணீங்க அப்புறம் 0 டைப் பண்ண அப்புறம் பிளஸ் ஃபில் என்ன ஷார்ட்கட்
கண்ட்ரோல்
கண்ட்ரோல் இ ரைட் ஸோ சப்போஸ் இங்க 3.1 இருக்கு ஓகே ஸோ நாம சப்போஸ் இங்க போயிட்டு கண்ட்ரோல் ஷிஃப்ட் 1 கொடுக்குறேன் ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்காக வந்து வரும் பட் எனக்கு 3.1 வேணும் ஸோ 3.1 கொடுத்துட்டு ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்காக அது வரும் ஸோ கண்ட்ரோல் இ நீங்க யூஸ் பண்ணிக்கலாம் நம்ம ஆல்ரெடி இது டிஸ்கஸ் பண்ணியிருக்கோம் டே 2ல பட் கண்ட்ரோல் இ எங்க இருக்கு ஓன்லி 2013 அண்ட் above முன்னாடி சப்போஸ் 2010ல நீங்க இருக்கீங்களா அதுல அது ஆப்ஷன் இல்லை தட் இஸ் ஏஐ டூல் ஆர்டிஃபிஷியல் இன்டெலிஜென்ஸ் டூல் all right so let's go for friends our next yeah
Prabhas. One doubt.
yes Sunil.
While selecting the means range of table, so we need to select the row heading or
not necessary row header is not necessary
okay.
That's what I told you
Because
in
in the earlier sheet, in the lookup sheet, we selected from C3 or something, brand
no,
rate.
I told you
So here,
I told you
yeah.
there it is not necessary or mandatory while going for H lookup. If you recall,
Yeah.
I told you when going for the table array, you can take the selection from brand or you can take the selection from Samsung also. It's fine,
Okay.
not a
Yeah.
problem.
Okay. It is fine to take or leave that.
Yes. In case of VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP, there is no case to be worried about. It is
Yeah.
not dealing with your headers over here.
Okay, thank you. And one more, I forgot that shortcut. What is the shortcut for that? Means means autofit for autofit in the
Alt OCA.
Alt O C A.
Yeah. O for format, C for column, A for autofit.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. All right, friends. So let's go and enhance our one more level up of the knowledge. So we are clear with our VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP, the rules, and what is VLOOKUP with exact match, what is VLOOKUP with approximate match, all these things we are clear. Now, let's go to the sheet called advanced lookup. So let me take you through the data first, what we have. So please try to connect with it so that you can understand what's our objective. Take a look. Suppose say our friend, yeah. Suppose say our friend over here, Dave, okay? And I told you the story we have started in our day one, Archana, correct? Now suppose say Dev has asked to Archana, Archana, please get me the entire employee related records. So Archana has just typed one T code in the SAP system and she could generate the entire data of 10,000 people. And the data comes like this: employee ID, employee name, department, and the position they work and the salary they draw. Complete picture of 10,000 people is there like this. Now, when Archana showed all these things to Dev, Dev is saying, Archana, this data is of no use for me. Keep it with you. I don't want that. What I want is design a template over here for me in such a way, whenever I go and type any of the employee ID, the corresponding details should be available. I repeat, what Dev is asking to Archana, that design a template for me in such a way, whenever I type any of the employee ID, the details should be available. Like say example case ID 004. Who is that person? Mr. D should come over here. What's his department? Legal should come over here. What's the position? Manager should come over here. and the salary 2000 should appear over here. So this is what Dev is expecting, that Archana should create a template. So if this is the case, then how to deal with the same? So again, this is a real-time question and we come across so many times over here in this kind of situations. So if at all anybody is having any opinion, how to deal with the same?
Do we write VLOOKUP for all? Basically, I do VLOOKUP for. Actually, I generally use this index match formula for all the individual columns and then individually, but not one. But yeah, for every column, I'll prepare VLOOKUP.
Okay. So ideally, as I understand, in one line, Archana will apply VLOOKUP for 4 different times because we need to answer 4 different columns. Okay. And this is what everybody also does. Am I right?
Actually, I write a formula VLOOKUP for like example name, and then I'll copy that formula in department and then put that as column 2, column, and I'll just keep changing the column numbers. So I'm writing the formula once, but because the column reference is moving differently, like the ID, remember the ID number is what I'm going to match. And then, for example, position, when it comes to position, I'm just going to change the position number column, which is like, 1, 2, 3. So I'll put 3 and 4 like that.
Right. This is what 90% people does the same. Now think about it. Hardly we have 4 columns. We can go and keep changing the column index number one by one like this. Now suppose say take a real-time example. You have a master data of employee and you might be having near about 30 to 40 columns, the information related to that employee, date of joining, date of birth, how many kids are there, what is the spouse name, what is the bank account they have, what is the address line item 1, 2, 3, 4, pin code, city, state, country, all this kind of database we do maintain for the employees. Do you all agree? And Archana is the right example. She must be telling you more detail about it. Do you agree with Archana?
Yes.
So in this case, people, we cannot keep writing the column index number separately with the individual columns for time and again. Okay. So first of all, how to deal with the same, how to make an improvement with one shot, one go, entire solution should be ready. Okay. So stay focused. In our master data, how many columns are there? We have 5.
5, sir.
Now, right. If you are looking for name, which column it is there in that master data?
2.
2. So I'm just preparing something for you for your better understanding. That is nothing to do with our formula. No need to create such kind of things. Just watch my screen, understand the concept. Now, department, in which column in the master data?
3,
3, sir.
And position
4.
and salary.
4, 5.
5.
5, sir.
So technically, these are the numbers we were expecting for our VLOOKUP formula. Do you agree?
Yes.
Now, if I go for a simple VLOOKUP formula and I drag it, do you think that it will change the column index number automatically? No. So basically 2, 3, 4, 5, we need that we are pretty clear. But how to get these things in the formula? And as I told you, this is nothing to do with our formula. And we are not going to take the help of that. This is just for the understanding. So now, if this is the situation, how to deal with it? First of all, check.
Yes.
Is it a sequence? 2, 3, 4, 5. Is it a sequence? Is it a chronological order?
Yes.
So when the data is in the same sequence, what should be the formula? Let's have a look. Kindly start working with me. Select your entire solution array and go for equal to and go for VLOOKUP. So now what it demands me? Lookup value. Now you can ask me a question over here. Prabhas, why did you go for VLOOKUP? Why not HLOOKUP?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, do you have that question in the mind?
Yes, sir.
So why I did not go for HLOOKUP? Why did I opt for VLOOKUP?
No, actually, our table is in
Data
vertical
is
column.
vertical.
Yes, which data?
That
Name, department.
department question.
ID is vertical.
Very good. ID is vertical, not department all. ID is vertical. I told you the parent data, whatever your lookup value is there, the parent data
Yeah.
that should be vertical. Then you should be ready for VLOOKUP. If this data would be there in horizontal format, you should have gone for HLOOKUP. So since our employee ID in the master data is there in vertical column, we have vertical format, we need to go for VLOOKUP. That's what I told you the rules. So this is what, again, you have to keep in your mind, where to use VLOOKUP, where to use HLOOKUP. All right. So now let's start working with is equal to VLOOKUP. Now take the lookup value. What is that lookup value? We have got in the left, right? Now here, just watch my screen. When we copy this formula towards right, when we copy this formula towards right, A11 should not go to B11. Do you agree? When we
Yes, sir.
copy this formula towards right, A11 cells should not go to B11. But when we copy this formula towards down, A11 should go to A12, because who knows if my boss is going to type furthermore employee IDs and he simply drags the formula, the employee ID should move down. So A11 should go to A12, but A11 should not go to B11. So which one we need to restrict, which one we need to allow? Which one we need to lock it? Which one we need to keep it free?
We need to lock the row.
If you lock the roll on how 11 is going to change to 12.
No, we will. So the lookup value will be moving.
No, lookup value has to move. But I told you, lookup value should not move right, but lookup value should move down. So which one we should lock and which one we
You can
should
lock
keep it free?
the column.
So we should lock 11.
No, we
So we
should
should
lock.
lock
fix
A.
A11.
Sorry, yes, and leave that
We
A.
should,
Yes, not we should not. It will be having single dollar sign
yeah, single dollar sign, but where?
for
Before,
the column.
that is what we discussed in our date diff formula. If you remember, in day 2 date diff formula we discussed, right?
Mm.
So when the data is moving, instead of locking the cell, we have to lock either the column, either the row, depending upon the movement. So in our case, our column should not change, but row should be changing. That's why we made column lock. And this is called column constant, column freeze, or column lock, comma. Now this is asking table array. Where is the data? The master data is from over here. So as I told you, you can select from the header or you can select from ID 001, but enter table to be selected. Now this entire table should not go down or should not move right. So what we should do, the entire things to be locked, column to be locked and row to be locked, F4 once, right? Comma. What is the next one? Column index number. What is that we are looking for? 2, 3, 4, 5. But we cannot give it together over here. So what we can do, if you remember in day 1, I told you about a case study called vendor evaluation, where we used to use the formula called small and large. And there was a helper column called 1, 2, 3. And I told you we should not take this kind of helper column because if you delete the formula will be in toss. So to overcome that challenge, what we did, we have include one more formula over there along with small and large. What it was in day 1 sheet name called vendor evaluation, the case study. What is that formula we used? Do you remember row formula? Row formula gives the row number and we gone for row, open bracket, close bracket, minus 11, and we got 1 over there because we were looking for 1, 2, 3. Did you remember? Now, there we were looking for the value in 3 different rows, but here we are looking for the value in 4 different columns. So instead of row, we'll be using a formula naming called column. So when you go for the column formula, like row formula gives me the row number as the answer, column formula will be giving the column number as the answer. Now, which column we are typing the formula? Just watch my screen. Light gray and dark gray. So where the dark gray started, column B. So we are writing the formula in column B. Column B, B is a alphabet, but technically if you count, what will be the number for B?
2.
2. So this
2.
formula this formula will be giving the answer as 2. Just check it out on my screen. Is it giving me 2 over here? Yes. And is it the same number we were looking for the moment we started the discussion? Isn't it?
Yes.
Right. So we got the answer. So column formula is giving me a number, and that number is going to be my column index number for VLOOKUP formula. Now, comma, and we know one thing, how VLOOKUP ends up with 0. And what is the significance of 0? Having a one-to-one match or exact match. Formula is ready only for a cell, but we need to apply for the entire selected range. What is the shortcut? Control, enter, and see the beauty. With one go, even though I have got 20 columns, I could get my answer. So this is how people, we have understood one concept. When the data is in the same sequence, you can go for VLOOKUP with column combination. Just check it out. Is it working? Any doubt, any queries, do let me know. This will be very, very helpful whenever you are designing the dashboards, summary reports. You can go for it. So taking the live data, you got to keep practicing about all these things, people. You can save a lot of time, I could say that.
Hello.
Yeah.
Now I realize that
Yes.
Yeah,
Kadirvel, you
Prabhas,
have any
hello.
question? Yes, Chiranjeevi.
Hello. Yeah, in the previous sheet, how to find that answer? How many received grade B? Real approx sheet. Earlier sheet.
That we're going to discuss. It's coming up. Don't worry.
Okay. Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Yes. Any other question? Yes, Archana, you are having some questions.
yeah, now I realize that in a lot of the Excel sheets I work, and like my predecessor who has worked and
Okay.
gone, she has always numbered the columns. So probably this was the reason. So what has happened is she used to use VLOOKUP formula. But another manager who came, she found those formulas very clunky. She just removed them. She's been using index and match. But then these, I remember these numbers. So probably for this would be the reason for the numbering.
Right. So basically, what people prefer to do is they don't want to go for this VLOOKUP with column because they don't know the column formula will be helping them. What they do, I'll tell you. See, they'll go for this everything simply the formula they will write, taking the columns numbers manually like this, and they'll be using that cell reference like equal to VLOOKUP, taking this data over here and locking the cell with column lock, comma, table array, same as it is, enter data range over here, and locking the same. And they will take this cell and they will keep this cell open. Okay. And then comma, they will go for 0 for exact match and they will be giving the result. So they will be also getting the same. Because when you copy the formula towards right, what will be happening? Is it changing the cell reference from our
Hmm.
B9 to C9. So that's why people
Okay,
keep
right,
numbering.
right.
Yeah, people keep numbering it manually. But again, this kind of helper column, if I delete, this formula will be in trouble. Can you see that?
Hmm.
So
Yes.
this is the reason. This is the reason why I told you go for VLOOKUP with column combination. All right. So I believe everybody is clear with that, people. How is about our Camlin
சார்
tool?
எனக்கு வரலையே சார்
Well, yeah.
எனக்கு வரல
Okay.
சார் ஷேர்
Okay.
ஷேர் பண்ணுங்க சார்
கண்டிப்பா கண்டிப்பா பண்ணுங்க. ஓகே எல்லாம்
சார்
ஃபைன் எல்லாமே இல்ல இல்ல நீங்க திருப்பி பண்ண வேண்டாம். நீங்க என்ன பண்ணிருக்கீங்க அது இல்ல இல்ல நீங்க delete பண்ணாதீங்க ஜெயராஜ். அண்டு
ஓகே சார்
கொடுங்க. திருப்பி அண்டு கொடுங்க. ஒரு வாட்டி அண்டு
சார்
கொடுங்க. ஆமா. எல்லாமே செலக்ட் பண்ணிக்கோ. ஆன்சர் ஃபுல்லாவே செலக்ட் பண்ணிக்கோ. ஆன்சர் ஏரியா. ஆமா. உங்க ஃபார்முலா பார் காணோம். ஓகே. வியூல போங்க. வியூ மெனுல போங்க. மேலே ரிப்பன் ஆப்ஷன் இருக்குல்ல வியூல போங்க. ஃபார்முலா பார் ஒரு ஆப்ஷன் இருக்கு. லெஃப்ட்ல பாருங்க கொஞ்சம். அதை ஆக்டிவேட் பண்ணீங்க. ஓகே. நீங்க A11 காலம் லாக் பண்ணிருக்கீங்க. ஓகே. A2 to E7 அது கூட லாக் பண்ணிருக்கீங்க. ஓகே. பட் A11 ID004 that's fine. Okay. Now A2 to E7 column spelling தப்பா இருக்கா ஜெயராஜ்? column COLOE கிடையாது. O delete பண்ணுங்க. only U மட்டும்தான். ஆமா. அப்போ
ஓகே
ஹோல்ட் பண்ணிங்க கொஞ்சம். ஒரு நிமிஷம். கண்ட்ரோல் என்டர் கொடுங்க சேர்த்து. கண்ட்ரோல் என்டர்
ரைட் சார்
வந்துச்சா?
ஓகே சார்
Okay.
ரைட் சார் தேங்க்
Fine. Welcome. All right. So I believe all are clear, friends. Whatever we discussed over here, we look up with column combination. All right. Now I'll take you through the same situation. Again, watch my screen. No need to do anything. Okay. Try to understand the situation. Now, suppose say this is what Archana has prepared and given it to Dev. Dev is working on that. That's fine. But ideally, when we prepare a template, do you believe that we can create a template having a sample data like this and we send it across? No. So template always remain blank. So do one thing, go to our A11 cell and delete that employee ID. Don't delete the formula, delete the employee ID. What happens? Entire formula is showing error, hash NA. Can you see that,
Yes.
all of you?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Right. So hash NA, the error, it is coming up because of the data absence in our A11 cell. This is what we know. But in a template, if I keep this formula ready in this format and if I send it across to my boss, is it an idle process to present your data? No. So he will
No.
be asking the question. Now, how to handle this? Unless and until there is data over here, this formula should not execute. So the moment I type anything, this formula should give the result. If there is no data, the formula should not get executed. It should be remaining silent. So how to handle such kind of things or how to handle your formula driven errors over here? So what we can
If
do,
error,
people? Yes, very good. So we can do one thing. We can select the entire formula driven cells and we can open that formula and we can go for before we look up, we can type one formula called if error. If error. Now look at my formula bar. So how this formula works, let me take you through. See, the moment we go for this formula, though if error is in the beginning, but first Excel will execute VLOOKUP formula. This is our step one. Yes, though if error is there, but Excel will process VLOOKUP formula first. Now, if at all VLOOKUP formula gives an answer as an error called hash NA, then in step 2, if error will be applied. Now, when we have already declared that if error to be applied, then in place of if error, whatever we are expecting in place of that error, that also we need to declare. So once your VLOOKUP formula is over, that is after that comma, what we are expecting in place of that hash NA, 0, hyphen, nil, not available, not applicable, anything you want, you can write within two double inverted quotes. Here, we are working with a template, and I told you in day one itself, if you are expecting the template should throw the result as blank, So we should go for two immediate double inverted quotes. That is a blank cell. Now bracket close, formula is ready only for a cell, but we need to apply for rest. What is the shortcut? Control Enter. Now see the beauty. The moment you look at when there is no data over here in A11 cell, my other cells are also remaining blank only. And if I go on tomorrow, take some data from the up, and if I copy and paste it, is it giving the result? Yes. So this is how people, if error is the formula, can be combined with any formula over there, and you can handle the formula driven errors. Give it a try and check, is it working?
We put at the rate, otherwise I generally get that spill error, spill. What is
Yeah,
that?
if you are working with 365, there is a new type of error comes. That is called spill.
So every time when I get that spill, I have to put the lookup value, whatever I think in the array, array, I have to put that at the rate.
Yes. Because spill error, why it comes? Because it is trying to apply the data for the entire array. Though it is for the entire column or entire row, it will be trying to apply for the entire array. So that's the reason why you have to be very specific. The formula is applicable only for that cell or that row or that entire column. So that spill error can be avoided.
But I have to generally put that at the rate, because what happens is like, in that column on the top, we have all the summary. Like if I'm sending it to the managers, like the head of the head of the department, that this is the summary, this is the males will get, females will get, if this is the performance rating, this is the graph which we create up, and then I group those rows. And but when I'm applying the formula at the bottom Excel, then because I select the entire row, I think that is why I get that spill error.
That is the reason
Something
why,
like
if
that.
you remember, yeah, if you remember, I told you in our day one, day two itself, when you go for that table formatting, the data presentations, if you remember, just see.
Mm-hmm.
You remember these calculations we did? And when you
Mm-hmm.
go for incentive calculation, it was showing some kind of at the rate symbol and all.
Yes.
That's why I told you the significance of at the rate symbol. Though we have taken the entire column header of revenue USD, but giving the at the rate symbol, it will be applicable only for that cell. That is what the command. And this kind of information is very much needed when you are working with your table data, when you are applying the formula for the entire table. This is needed.
So that means if I'm putting that at the rate, that means there is a table which is created.
No, no, no. It is already in table format. That's why you are making your condition more specific. Instead of giving the condition for the entire column or entire row, you are giving the conditions only for that cell.
Mm. Okay.
All right. So I believe it is working, people. If error with combination of VLOOKUP. So we have learned so far VLOOKUP with column combination with if error combination. And if error is the formula, can be combined with any formula. Is it working? Can I take the confirmation? Yes, Magesh, what happened? You have shared the screen. I did not know also. Is there no problem, Erika? Magesh? Hello. Okay.
Sir, I screen share, sir.
Jera, சொல்லுங்க.
Screen share பண்றேன் பாருங்க சார்.
ஆ,
எனக்கு வரல
share
சார்.
பண்ணுங்க. No problem. நீங்க screen share பண்ணிக்கலாம். இல்ல, கொஞ்சம் மேல் போங்க. ஒரு செல் மேல் போங்க. ம். அதுல ஃபார்முலா காண போச்சு. ஃபார்முலா எங்க இருக்கு? நான் சொன்ன ஃபார்முலா நீங்க delete பண்ணாதீங்க. நீங்க ஃபார்முலா delete பண்ணிட்டீங்க. அண்டு
ஓ
கொடுங்க
ஓகே ஓகே
அண்டு கொடுங்க முதல்ல அண்டு கொடுங்க அண்டு ஃபார்முலா இப்போ இருக்கா நீங்க எம்ப்ளாயி ஐடி மட்டும் தான் delete பண்ணுங்க எம்ப்ளாயி ஐடி மட்டும் delete பண்ணுங்க A11 செல்ல இருந்து ஆமா அதை delete பண்ணுங்க பேக் ஸ்பேஸ் வேணாம் just delete press the delete button நீங்க பேக் ஸ்பேஸ் போடுங்க
ஓகே
just delete
ஓகே சார்
enter enter இப்போ ஃபுல்லாவே செலக்ட் ஃபார்முலா ஃபுல்லாவே செலக்ட் பண்ணுங்க நேம்ல இருந்து ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணிட்டு salary வரைக்கும் செலக்ட் பண்ணுங்க அப்புறம் ஃபார்முலா பார் பாருங்க இஃப் எரர் நீங்க ஆல்ரெடி கொடுத்துறீங்க அதுல ஒன்றும் பிரச்சனை இல்லை அப்போ இப்போ
Yes, sir.
சிர்ஃப் என்ன பண்ணா இதே கண்ட்ரோல் என்டர் கொடுங்க கண்ட்ரோல் என்டர் ஃபார்முலா பார்ல கர்சர் வச்சுக்கிட்டு ஃபார்முலா பார் போங்க ஃபார்முலா பார் ஃபார்முலா இருக்குல்ல அதுல காட்டுது ஃபார்முலா மேலே மேலே இல்ல 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 நீங்க ஃபுல்லாவே செலக்ட் பண்ணிட்டு ஃபுல்லாவே முதல்ல செலக்ட் பண்ணிட்டு ஃபார்முலா பார் போங்க அது நடுவில் பாருங்க ஒரு ஒயிட் கலர் ஃபார்முலா காட்டுது இல்ல ஆமா மேலே மேலே கர்சர் மேல் போங்க எடுத்துன்னு போங்க மேலே ஆமா எண்ட்ல
Okay.
எண்ட்ல வைங்க எண்ட்ல இப்போ ஃபார்முலா கண்ட்ரோல் என்டர் கொடுங்க ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்கா இது ஃபார்முலா ஃபுல்லாவே அப்ளை ஆயிடும் ஆச்சா
ஓகே சார்
ஸோ இப்போ நீங்க எம்ப்ளாய் ஐடி கீழே A11 செல்ல ஒரு எம்ப்ளாய் ஐடி காப்பி பண்ணிட்டு பேஸ்ட் பண்ணுங்க மேல இருந்தே காப்பி பண்ணிட்டு பேஸ்ட் பண்ணுங்க இப்போ பாருங்க என்டர் கொடுங்க வந்துச்சா
ஓகே சார் டன்
ஓகேவா
ஓகே
ஸோ
தேங்க் யூ
இதுல VLOOKUP காலம் வித் if error காம்பினேஷன் மூணா ஃபார்முலா நீங்க கம்பைன் பண்ணிட்டு நீங்க பண்ணிருக்கீங்க இப்போ ஓகே
ஓகே சார் தேங்க் யூ சார்
ரைட் வெல்கம் all right. So friends, over here we have understood how to combine this multiple formulas and get our result. That is called nested formula, nothing else in the technical language. Now here, just stay focused for 1 minute again. Okay, I'm taking through the same situation. Now take a look. Suppose say this is what I have prepared. Okay, I have deleted my employee ID only. Don't delete the formulas. Just delete the employee ID. As I told you, this is how the template we design, we
I
send it
think-
across.
Prabhash, you
Yes.
haven't shared the screen.
I have shared.
Yeah, we could see your the Microsoft screen or MS Teams. Yeah,
Okay.
I guess it's
Alright.
loading now. Yeah, now it's okay.
Okay, maybe the internet glitch would be there slightly. So you, if it is persisting till you have to go for one-time log out and log in. So right now, if it is okay, you just manage, no problem.
Yes, yes.
Okay. All right. So what I'm trying to say is now, please delete your A11 cell, whatever the employee ID, and just watch my screen. As I told you, this is how we design the template and we send it across to the next level, no doubt. Now take a look. Suppose this is what I have given it to my boss, and my boss is watching the template, but he has not read the instructions, like how to operate this template. And immediately he started working with some employee ID like this and hitting enter. It is not working for him. Immediately he got panic. He called up me, Prabhas, what kind of template you have designed? It's not working. I have no idea, no clue where the thing it has gone wrong because I checked twice before sending this file over email to my boss. Now, when things are not working, whatever the work I have been doing, I have to leave it in that there and then and there. I have to go back to his cabin. I have to see that monitor or laptop, whatever he's working with. And then I realize he has done a very silly mistake. If you were in my place, how you would be feeling? There is a waste of time. Can you imagine that? I was in the middle of some work. I have to leave the work then and there. I have to go back to his cabin and I have to instruct him where the mistake happened. I have to rectify that. Whereas I have not done anything wrong. But now my time is being wasted. But who is held responsible for that? One thing we know, we cannot blame our boss. Boss is always right. We know that corporate truth, isn't it? So here, if you ask me, I would say it's your mistake. The reason? Who has given that opportunity to commit the mistake? Of course, me. So what we have understood from the entire story is whenever you design a template, leave the least options to the people to type the data. always give you options to select your data. Then only you can minimize the errors to happen, or you can prevent the errors to happen over there. So now the question is how to control that errors to happen by simply creating a drop-down list. So keep your cursor in A11 cell, go to our data menu. We have an option called data validation. Just I'm highlighting, check it out. Keeping your cursor in A11 cell, go to our data menu. We have a data validation. All right. So when we go for our data validation over here, and if I click inside data validation, option is on, no doubt about it. And there we have an option over here in the settings validation criteria. We have a drop down and we should go for list. So when we go for the list, you will be finding a source box will be open for us. And this is demanding where is the data? So basically the data is there in our employee ID column, that is from A3 to A7. And once I click OK, with immediate effect, you will be finding a drop-down list will be ready. And when you click, this will be allowing you to see the entire list. And definitely my boss would be happy because I am minimizing his efforts. I am not asking him to type anything. I am asking to select anything out of this. And see the beauty. The moment you select a particular employee ID, is it bringing up that entire details of that employee? And things have become more dynamic. People will love to see such kind of things. So this is how people we have understood that how to connect our nested formula to a drop-down list and get our data dynamic. So give it a try and check, is it working? Keeping your cursor
Yeah,
in
sorry,
A11.
Prabhas.
Yeah.
I think I had some network problem. I have exited and I joined back. Could you just repeat that? Sorry.
Sure, no problem. Keep your cursor in A11 cell. Okay, delete if you have anything in A11. Go to the data menu. We have an option called data validation here. Next to the text to column, you will be finding three options like our splash fill, remove duplicates. Next, the data validation. Able to navigate? Is it there?
Yep, got it.
Now there you can see we have an option called settings tab, and in this settings tab we have got a validation criteria, and within that allow we have the option if you go for a drop down which is showing any value, you got to choose as list because we are going to create a drop down list, and then it will open a source box for you. So in that source box, keep your cursor and select your entire employee ID list, like from A3 to A7. You got to select in the source box. You got to select like this. Okay. Now, once you don't include the header, only take the data points. And then when you go and click OK, you will be finding over here, you got a drop down in A11 cell. And you can see entire list of employee IDs available. And you can select any of the employee ID. The corresponding details also will be on the screen immediately. Right? I believe it's working for everyone. Yes, Mohan. What's the status?
Yeah, I got it. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. All right, so this is how people, when you are designing the template, all these elements are necessary. As I told you in our pivot case also, when you go for a dashboard, there should be a drop down, there should be a tabular data, and based on that, the charts and graphs. So one concept by using pivot table, how to create a dashboard, yesterday we have understood. And if you have a formula driven data to make it dynamic and make it some more information, you can also use this kind of technology, drop down, formulas, nested formulas, anything you want, you can use it. So scenario one, what we did, can I take that? Everyone is clear. Any questions from anybody? All right. Now let's go for scenario two. Okay. Same thing. We have our master data of all the employees. But right now I am looking for the details of ID 003. Okay. Now the details I'm looking for is name, department, position, and salary. All right. So Akshan, if you look at it is in the same sequence. We are also in the previous case, name, department, position, salary we are looking for. Here also the same. So I told you when the data is in the same sequence, you should use VLOOKUP with column combination, right? So same thing we are going to do. Now just watch my screen is equal to VLOOKUP. Lookup value is nothing but this, and I should make it as column lock, comma, table array. So table array is my entire master data. I can take it. You can select from column header or you can select from ID00 ratio. I should lock it. Then it asks me column index number. So I should go for the column formula. And then I'll go for exact match for VLOOKUP to close with. Formula is ready. Only for a cell. Need to apply for rest. Control enter. Our problem starts. So earlier case, same VLOOKUP with column was working fine for me, but here VLOOKUP with column is giving a trouble for me. Why?
Reference is wrong. Column minus
Yes,
6 here.
very good. So here, what you have believed now, as I told you, column formula is giving always a column number as the answer. Now, if you look at in our case, which column we are operating, light gray, dark gray. So which column we are operating? Column H. So H is
H.
an alphabet. H is an alphabet. But if you count, what's the number? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So column formula is giving me the answer as 8. Just see. But what we are looking for in our master data name is in which column? Second, department, third, position, fourth, salary, 5. So instead of 8, I am looking for 2. Instead of 9, I am looking for 3. Instead of 10, I am looking for 4, right? So what we need to do is, though my column formula is giving me 8, I am looking for 6. Oh, sorry, I am looking for 2. So I should do minus 6, basic mathematics. Formula is rectified only with one cell, need to apply for rest. Control enter. So what you have understood, whenever your data is in the same sequence, no doubt about it, but if you're applying the formula between two different Excel sheets or two different Excel files, slightly you need to tweak your column index number by changing the column formula slightly over there. Just check it out. Is it working? Any doubt? Any queries? Sorry, any questions?
இருக்காத ஆளு
Kadir, Kadir, Dinesh, keep your mic on mute, please. Thank you. Okay, friends, so I believe all are clear with our scenario two. Any doubt, any queries from anybody? These things needs to be practiced, as I told you. Once the concept is clear, getting error. Okay, Niranjan, you can. That is what I'm telling. The reference error, if you're getting still, it is persisting. Have you changed the column index number, like column -6? If you're still getting the error, please share the screen. No problem.
6 is, Prabha, 6 is from B to H is like I'm counting B is inclusive till G, right?
No, 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 no. It's not like that. See, I told you we are writing the formula in column H, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Column H, what's the column number? I don't know. I don't want to count it also. See, when I go for column, it gives me 8, correct?
Ah, okay.
But in my master data, name is in which column? In the second column, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So that's why
Yes.
to get 2 in place of 8, to get 2, basic mathematics, I'll go for 6 minus 6,
Ah,
right?
okay.
So when I
Mm-hmm.
go for and write, apply the formula, is it giving me same 2, 3, 4, 5, what we had discussed earlier?
Ah, yes.
That's why to bring that, we are adjusting. Now, one more thing, you can do it over here also. If you are still not clear, okay, why I should make this minus and all to make the concept like this, I will suggest you can do this way also even. See, I can go for column, okay, instead of doing this minus 6 and all, okay, I can take this cell help. But this cell help, where I need to apply? Within column formula. Within column formula. So here I need to keep my cursor, column, open bracket, keep the cursor, and take column B. So when you go
Mm.
and change B3, B is in which column? Second column only, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So automatically it will take column index number 2. Control enter, you will be getting the same. So this also works fine. So inside the column formula, you have to give a cell reference. So
Okay.
concept is all yours, whichever it is comfortable for you, as long as it
I
is
think this
logical.
reference of column putting that is better than this but I have seen people using that minus and all that stuff.
It's up to you. See, it's about all
Mm.
your convenience. But logically, everything is same. And formula space-wise also everything same. So whatever the amount of space we are using over here, they're also same. Minus 6, 2 characters. Here B3, 2 characters. Doesn't make any difference.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
All right, no problem. So now we are good to go for our scenario 3, people. Can I take that? Okay, great. Let's take a look again and understand what is the need. See, we have our master data, okay? And what I'm looking for right now is the details of ID 005. But right now, I am no more looking for the name first. I am looking for the department, then salary, then name, then position. Now, if I'm looking for the same and I'm thinking to apply VLOOKUP formula, since my data in the master data set is having in the column format, now department, which column it is there in the master data?
3.
3. So if I'm looking for over here, column index number, it has to be 3. Salary, which column in the master data?
5.
It's 5. Then name
2.
and position 4. Do you believe this should be my column index number? All of you agree with that?
Yes.
Right. So this is what over here right now, the moment we would like to go for it, we have understood if I'm going for VLOOKUP, this should be my column index numbers. But first of all, 3, 5, 2, 4, is it a sequence? Is it a chronological order?
No.
So VLOOKUP with column combination is ruled out. VLOOKUP with column combination is ruled out. Now, option 2. Do you believe that to apply our VLOOKUP with column combination, can we do a cut paste work? Like we can cut department and bring it in the salary position, cut salary, bring it in the position case, cut position, bring it in the name case. Can we do the adjustment of the column headers likely shortly by using the cut paste work and then apply VLOOKUP with column? Is it possible?
Mm.
It's possible, but in a larger data set, it won't work, I guess.
That's what. So it is possible. We know how to cut paste work, but that is not a ideal way of doing this job. In technical terms, in the real-time scenario, we might be having when you download the data from SAP or ERP system, might be 80 to 90 fields should be there. And out of that, suppose said we need to go for 20 to 35 columns like this kind of adjustment. While doing the cut paste work, somewhere will be lost. And mistake of committing the mistake chances are very high. And doing this cut paste work, suppose you got a call from the boss, and definitely there will be a mistake, no doubt about it, isn't it? So having said this, people, this option is also ruled out. Now, option 3. Do you believe that VLOOKUP simply if I go and apply and drag the formula, is it going to take the column index number like this? Definitely no, because if that is the case, if VLOOKUP has the power to make the column index number dynamic, then why we are struggling over here, isn't it? So technically, if you see the bottom line from the entire discussion is we do not have any solution over here. So VLOOKUP doesn't have the power to get it done. So what we need to do basically, we need to add more power to our VLOOKUP. And what is that external power? Let's have a discussion first. Leaving 3 to 4 rows down, people, start working with me. Select a text or type a data naming called Jan and drag it up to December. Okay, just design that, create that.
Done.
Now, no need to do anything. Next 2 minutes, please stay focused. Very, very important one thing we are going to learn. See, in this highlighted block, how many variables we have?
Sir,
Yes,
12.
12.
Very
Jan to December, we know it's a 12 variables maximum, right? All of you agree?
Yes.
In this highlighted block, we have got 12 cells or 12 variables. Yes, no? Now, if I ask you, out of these 12 variables, what is the position of May? So what will say?
5, sir.
It's a 5. How did you come
Yes,
to
sir.
know about 5? Because we started counting Jan as 1, Feb as 2. Like that, the moment we reach to May, it is giving the answer as 5, right? This is what we did it manually. Now, same thing when I ask you to do the job in Excel, what Excel will do? Just watch my screen. No need to do anything. Watch my screen. Okay. So when I ask Excel to do the job, Excel will be taking the help of a formula called match. Now hold on, just watch my screen. Match what it does, it asks for lookup value. What VLOOKUP was asking, lookup value. What HLOOKUP was asking, lookup value only. So we know what is the meaning by lookup value, what we have with us to search. That's called main, comma. Then what it demands, lookup array. What VLOOKUP was asking, anybody? In VLOOKUP formula, what was
Same
the
look,
second
one
input?
lookup array.
No. VLOOKUP was asking table array. Do you remember?
Table array. Yeah.
Right. HLOOKUP was asking table array, but match is asking lookup array. There is a difference. So people commits mistake over here. So whenever any formula in our Excel demands table array or array, it is nothing but the combination of rows and columns. Combination of rows and columns. When the formula is demanding lookup array, it can be a complete column or a complete row. It cannot be both. So in our case, where is our data? Is it in a complete column or complete row? It's in a complete column. So that's our lookup array. So what is lookup array? I believe that is clear. Now come on.
Yes.
What kind of match we have been following since VLOOKUP is the exact match. And what is that? It's a 0. So again, 0 stands for exact match, and this is going to give the result as 5. So whatever we did it manually, same thing match formula does for me. So match formula, what it does, people, try to understand. It takes the cell value as an input, finds out the cell position or cell location as the number. Now, if I go and change it to May to September, what will be the answer?
9.
We got it. If it is December,
12.
we got it. If you go to Feb,
2.
if you go for May, we got the answer as 5. So this is what our match formula. So please give it a try with your match formula and make sure you're clear with the concept. If you have any doubts or queries, do let me know.
We don't need to fix them. What you call that dollar sign?
Dollar sign is required only if you are applying the formula for more than one cell, either towards down or towards right. So since we are having the answer only for a cell, only one cell, it doesn't need any kind of locking.
Mhm.
Okay, sir.
Done. Now, let me take you through. Just understand a simple concept. As a layman, no need to think much, okay? In the previous case, when the data is in the same sequence, we used column formula to get the numbers. So column formula gives the answer a number. Is it clear? Column formula gives a answer a number. Is it clear? Similarly, match formula also gives a answer as a number. But where to use this? When the data is not in sequence. Simple. If the data is in sequence, we look up with column. If the data is not in sequence, we look up with match. Hope you got a clarity in a simple language. So now let's go for trying the same working together. Select your entire solution array, whatever we had, and go for a formula equal to VLOOKUP. Lookup value. What is that lookup value? We have in our left employee ID, and that should be column lock. Reason we know because our data should move down only, but it should not move right in case of employee ID. Comma. Table array. The entire master data, whatever we have, starting from the header, this is necessary now. This is necessary now. You have to start working with the header. Okay. Now this range should not move down and move right. So you can go for locking the same by hitting F4 once. Now this is demanding column index number. Okay. So column index number, what we are expecting is 3524. Is it a sequence? No. So since it is not in a sequence, we have to use match formula. So now when you start the match formula, forget about that you are writing the VLOOKUP over here. Just focus on the match formula. What it demands? What it demands? Lookup value. So lookup value is what? Can anyone tell me?
Column number.
Department.
Department, sir. ID, sir.
ID.
C.
That's a good one. Employee ID is the technically lookup value, but that we have already given to our VLOOKUP. Can you see that? So what we
Yes,
have
sir.
with us? We have nothing, but we have technically something. What is that? Can we take the department header as a lookup value, comma, Can we search the lookup array in the master data, the first row item? Can we do that? Yes, we can do that. Now, when I go for this, look at my formula bar. This array should not move down or move right. So I should lock it. Then comma, what kind of match we are following is of exact match. Now, when I go for exact match, automatically my match formula will be giving a result. Now, what is the result match formula is going to give? So when I take department header in this green color border area, how many cells are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And department in which position? Third. So match formula will be giving me the answer as 3. Just check it out. Yes. Is it the same number we were expecting the moment we started the discussion manually? So our match is giving the result, and that number 3 is going to become the column index number for VLOOKUP formula. But we are not writing the match alone. We are writing inside VLOOKUP. So comma, VLOOKUP, how it ends up with we discussed is 0 for exact match. And once we do this, formula is ready only for a cell. But we need to apply for rest. What is the shortcut? Control, enter, and our problem starts. So what happened? Where the thing has gone wrong?
Sir, comma 0. That we
Yeah,
look.
we have given comma 0 because last 0 is for VLOOKUP to close. Before that 1 0 for match to close.
Sir,
So
if the error,
sometimes, no, not necessary. We are not having an error hash NA or something, right? If though it is having hash NA, if I go for if error, what will be happening? It will be giving a blank, but I'm not going to get ID 005 result, right? So here, something you need to understand, the concept. You also come across this kind of things, people, though we have given our formula instructions with proper format, with accuracy, sometimes you may not get the result. You may come across this kind of situation. So don't break much your head over there. Don't be panic and don't bother yourself much. Just keep yourself calm. Come out of the formula. Look at your formula purpose, whatever the data you have taken, whether the data is there in proper format or is there any problem in the data. Let's have a look. What kind of problem you may come across? Watch my screen. If I go for this formula, okay, my employee ID, if I look at how many characters it seems available,
6, sir.
6. If I go for len formula, just to calculate how many characters, if I go for a simple len formula, it shows me 7. So what does it mean?
There is a space. There is a space.
No, no, no. You can't be so judgmental. You can't be so predictive over here. It seems there is a unwanted character. Maybe or may not be a space. I can't predict that. And if at all there is a space, if at all there is a space, we have a formula called trim, which will be helping us to remove the unwanted spaces from my cell. Though it is in the beginning or at the end or in the middle, it will remove everything. Now my data is cleaned. And let me check again. If I go for len formula, this cleared cell over here, is it giving me 6? Now I am confirmed there is a unwanted space over here. This is how we should take a call. Now formula, we have understood that it is since it is not matching, the lookup value is not matching properly, we are getting the answer like this. Now, do I need to do a separate data cleansing procedure and then I should apply the formula? No. Since we have understood that there is a problem in our data over here, okay, what we can do, just watch my screen. We'll select our entire solution array. We'll open the formula. Now, which element is uncleaned? $G11. So now we are going to keep this $G11 inside trim. So we are not going to do a cleaning action separately. We are going to make our formula efficient enough in such a way. It will first clean the unclean data, and that clean data will become the lookup value for VLOOKUP. Match is already giving the result. Job is done. Formula is rectified only with one cell, but we need to apply for rest. We know what is the shortcut? Control Enter. So this is how people we have understood any point of time if you have something to search vertically and horizontally as well, you can go for this kind of formula help called VLOOKUP with match. This is very powerful formula. This is going to solve a lot of problems, people, for you. So please ensure you are clear with the logics. Give it a try and check. If you have any doubts, do let me know. If you're not getting the answer, you can ask me. Yes, Pankaj, XLOOKUP also can be used, but one XLOOKUP will not be enough. And provided you should have 365, then only you can use XLOOKUP. So there are certain challenges are there. But yes, if you want to get it done by XLOOKUP, I will tell you how to do it. Just see. Watch my screen. Okay. So I'll put it across over here. See, I'll go for XLOOKUP, no doubt, is equal to XLOOKUP. Lookup value is this. Okay. Now I'll be going for lookup array. So going for lookup array, I should go for lookup array in this format only. Taking this lookup array is this. Because I told you lookup array is nothing but a particular column or a particular row. You cannot take both, right? Now, once I go for this over here and I take a call return array. What is the return array? I need name, department, position, salary, everything. But that should be based on the condition, like based on the column header. So I should go for again X lookup over here. Lookup value is this, comma. Lookup array, I should go and search in this array. Okay. Return array, I should go for all these things. Now, when I go for this inner X lookup closed, then outer X lookup closed, and you will be getting the answer over here. Now, when I go for this, what is happening? Let's discuss ID 005. It is not matching. So I should keep it over here trimmed because there is an extra space, or I can simply just remove that space. It will be easy enough for you to understand. And now I have got the result. And the same, we can bring it towards right. Now, why it is not coming up? Because range is not locked. So A2 to A6 should not move down. And B10, whatever I'm taking, it should move right. But B1 to E1 should not move left or right or towards down. And B2 to E6 also, it should be fixed. So all these things, when you look at and over here, the moment you go for A11 to lock it over here, column lock and control enter, we got result. So this is again looping of your XLOOKUP formula. You can do that job. So instead of VLOOKUP with match, you can go for XLOOKUP. Then in this should be the formula.
Uh, Sorry, Prabhas, I missed on to this X lookup. Can you
No, no, no.
I
This
think
is
I
this is question of Pankaj, and I'm not covering in the course curriculum because everyone is not having 365. But yes, if you go for XLOOKUP, instead of VLOOKUP with match, XLOOKUP alone is sufficient to get your result.
is it like that index match something?
It is the combinations of everything. It is the combination of VLOOKUP with column. It is the combination of VLOOKUP with if error. It is the combination of index match. It is the combination of VLOOKUP with match. All this combination. That's why XLOOKUP is called as the father of all the lookup formulas. But that is
And is it
available.
and there are two, then how did you write this? I'm sorry, but I also want to know this. It looks interesting actually, and I just missed it.
Okay. So basically, XLOOKUP formula, if you go for it, is equal to XLOOKUP. Lookup value is this. Now this I'm
Mm-hmm.
locking it by column lock, comma.
Uh-huh.
It is asked for lookup array. So lookup array is this. The employee ID should be looked at in the employee ID column. Now this range should not move down or move right. Then it asks for return array. What I want return array for department, I need the department array. Then I'm not looking only for department. I am looking for salary. Then I have to go for salary array. I'm
Mm-hmm.
looking for name. So, but this is not since in a sequence. So what we need to do, we have to add one more X lookup so that my return array will be condition specific. Like department, it should get the department name. Salary, it should get the salary details like that. So lookup value now I'll be taking from the department header, comma, lookup array in this data department, whatever the headers it is turning up. Now this array should not move down and move right, comma, return array. I need everything because I don't know whether it is name is in the beginning or department is the beginning. I don't know. So that will be automatically set with the condition. And this array should not move down or move right. Now, close brackets for X lookup, inner one. Again, close bracket X lookup for the outer one. And control enter. We got the result.
Okay.
So this is called looping of our X lookup formula. Okay.
Okay.
So if you are having 365, you can make use of this X lookup, and provided the person whom you are sending also, he should have 365. Then only the formula will be showing the result. Else you have to do the copy paste special value and you have to send it across to the user. All right. Fine then. So I believe everyone is clear with our formula. Like we look up with if error, we look up with column, we look up with match, we look up with trim, how to combine all these formulas, correct? So kindly save all your workbooks, people, over here, and then we'll go for a short break of 10 minutes. In my system, it is 4:15.425. We'll catch up again. So have a brisk and come back soon. We'll discuss the rest. All right, so I believe everybody's back. Please respond in the chat box. Why for yes? All right, so we have done with our advanced lookup. Now we'll go to our next sheet, people, naming called nested if. So we are going to discuss the logical formulas of our Excel. So while again going and working with our templates, summary report, dashboards, anything and wherever it is needed, how to use that. Okay. So please stay focused on my screen. We have a score, you could see, and this score, whatever we have, we need to check if the person scores more than 50 or greater than 50, results would be pass, else fail. So what should be the formula over here? How to write that to check the same? As we discussed already in day one, a glimpse of logical formula, how to write it. Same thing over here, nothing much, but let's see what exactly it is. If I go for if formula, this demands me logical test. What does it mean logical test? A cell which contains your data, we need to apply the test. What kind of test? Is it greater than 50? So this entire setup becomes my logical test over here. Now, comma, what is the next one? It is asking value if true. So when you are doing a test, there might be a success, there might be a failure also. But we have to go and give a both. Like first, value if true is nothing but if the data is greater than 50, what should be the result? Result should be pass. Pass is our own text. We must define over here within two double inverted quotes. Now, value if true. So if the person is not pass, what is the ultimate answer? Is the fail? So value if false is nothing but fail. So we should write again within two double inverted quotes because this is our own text. Now when I go for it, my result is there, no doubt. Now if I go and change my data from score column, say less than something 50, 35, what's the answer? Pass. If I go for result less than 50, the answer is fail definitely. If I go and define something more than 50, so 65, what should be the answer? Pass. If I go and define something 50 over here, what should be the result? If I'm going to give the defined answer result over here 50, what should be the answer?
Fail.
So we got the answer fail. So if suppose somebody is scoring 50, would you be so rude enough to declare him fail? No, definitely not. But Excel doesn't understand the emotions. What we have given the conditions based on that it is checking, right? So in
Yes.
this case, we have to be very specific. Greater than equal to 50, we have to give it. So anything or anybody scores 50 or greater than 50, the result would be pass. And this is how we should give the precise condition over here, people. A simple if formula, how to write it, we got a clarity. Hope this is working. Kindly confirm. Any doubt, any queries, anybody? So a simple formula, people, we have understood how to write it. Yes, Jairaj, Ganesh, Kadirvel, Magesh, is it clear? Hari,
Yes, sir.
fine.
Sir, clear.
Okay, great. One,
Clear, sir.
okay,
Yes,
great,
clear, sir.
fine. So now let's go for one more example. Say, take an example. We have got two new joinees in my department. Stay focused. Two new joinees in my department. Okay. My boss asked me, Prabhas, why don't you conduct a test for those two new guys? They have shown their previous employer's experience. Let's check it out. How much experience they have. Why don't you conduct a test for that? So I did a test. and they have got their individual scores. A has scored 50, B has scored 90. I'm just watching the scores. Immediately, my boss came and passed a statement that score of A is greater than score of B. What he said? Score of A is greater than score of B. Is it true? 50, whether it is greater than 90? No, not at all. So what I can say in front of his face, I can pass a statement. Sir, whatever the statement you are passing, it's false statement. But I don't want to take that risk. If I say no, or if I say, sir, you are false, then it will hurt his ego because he's a boss, right? So I don't want to take that risk. I want Excel to find out the result, whether the statement status is true or it's a false statement. So any point of time, if you want to check a statement status, you can go for a simple if logic over here again. Just see how it works. So I'll go for score of A greater than score of B. This is the logical test. Now, if this is true, the statement status will be true, and that is my own text. If it is not true, if it is false, then statement status is also false. So this is how again a simple if formula is giving me the result of false, isn't it? Very simple if formula, nothing else, nothing more, not extraordinary things over here, right? Now, this is what most of the people they will recommend for this kind of situation. You should go and write with if formula. But I told you, I do not like personally, I do not recommend if formula in all the cases. You should use it only in the worst case. Why? I told you the reason. The more the if formula, file size will be more. Now, if this is not recommended, how to get it done? Just see my screen. I'll go for a simple logic. Score of A greater than score of B. Now see, is it giving the same answer? Now you tell me which one you prefer to see the most, option 1 or option 2? Writing such a lengthy formula or going for a simple command operator called greater than symbol? Obviously, option 2, isn't it? So this is how people, you have to be very careful while writing the formula and always try to keep your formula logic minimum or length should be minimum so that the formula will not be occupying much of your space and the data execution also will be very faster. All right. So this is again one more simple example of our if formula. Right. Hope it is clear. Any difficulties in understanding the first two examples, whatever we discussed? If you have any questions, feel free to ask before proceeding further. Fine. Let me take you through another scenario. Just see. We have got a score. We need to check if the person scores less than 25, results should be fail. If the person scores more than 25 but less than 50, results should be grade C. If the person scores more than 50 but less than 75, grade should be B. If he scores more than 75, grade should be A. So if you look at the score, then what should be the grade? What do you believe?
A.
So that should be the result we have to achieve. So how to get that? That is the question. Yes. Give it try, people.
Then go to nested if, sir.
Okay. So how to write that?
Equal to
If-
nested if.
Is equal to if
70, 75 above are equal to A, 50 above or equal to
No.
No, sir.
You must
B,
tell me. I
B,
have
B.
started.
Select
Huh.
B, C column
Okay. Okay.
greater than
Mhm.
that C.
Greater than what?
C column, sir.
C column. We are in the C column only. C column, how you will take?
Not
This
C
is the
column.
condition. This is just theory.
we can actually, we have to create a table for this. And then
Mhm.
I think we can use that lookup, we look up something we did before.
Very good. That is what I was expecting. So this is how the people always go for lengthy if statement. In this case, I would not recommend. So you have always an option, create your matrix like this and ensure this is sorted out with the smallest to largest order. And then you should go for VLOOKUP with approximate match. What we have learned, we could also apply over here, right? So this is what the replacement of this particular solution, whatever we have. But the thing is, in this case, if the data is falling in a range, I could go for opting this formula called VLOOKUP with approximate match. Now, suppose I'm doing sometimes with the text or sometimes with our some alphabets. In that case, how to do? We have to write a lengthy if statement. But when this kind of lengthy if statement to write, we always get struggle over there. Why? Because we are not following the right approach. So how to start with? Let's go for that. Think like a layman, just work accordingly. No need to have some extraordinary thought process. Now, take a look. How many conditions we have? 4.
4, sir.
Right. Absolutely. Right. 4. So as of we know, to write a condition, we have to depend upon a if formula. So for 4 conditions, if I need to write 4 if formulas, I need to write. But if I need to go for writing the 4 if formulas in 4 different cells, that is a different story. But here, all these conditions we need to write in one cell, right? So what you need to do is total number of conditions minus 1 means total number of conditions is 4 minus 1 means total 3 if formulas we must write. This is what our starting point. Okay. Now how to write? We have to follow a rule. So our formula, whatever we are going to write people, that should be a logical flow of the formula. Like we have to go for either ascending order or we have to go for the descending order. We can start with fail, end up with grade A. We can start from grade A, but end up with fail. But there should be a proper flow of the conditions. So how to write it? Start working with me. Over here. Okay, now see, equal to if taking the data over here less than 25. If this is true, formula is demanding value if true. So what should be the result? First 1 minute, watch my screen. Value if true, what should be the result?
Fail.
Fail.
Should be fail. So fail is our text we have defined within 2 double inverted quotes. Now what's the next one? See, how I am approaching with my formula with the formula instructions. Value if false. So if the person is not fail, ultimate result is pass. But we are not expecting the answer as pass. We are expecting which bucket, which grading system it is going to fall. Now, if the person is not fail, what is the next possible category? Could be grade C. But grade C purpose, what's the condition? More than 25, but less than 50. So without closing our if formula, we have to write one more if formula. Logical test, again the score. Here people have committed a mistake. They go for greater than 25. This is the mistake because you are confusing Excel now. One case you have taken the maximum limit of fail that is less than 25, but the other case immediately you have gone for more than 25. Instead of that, you should go for less than 50. That makes a condition more than 25, but less than 50. Then comma, if this is true, what should be the grade? Grade C, right? Now, value if false. If the person is not falling in the category of grade C, what is the next possible category? Could be grade B. So grade B purpose, what's the condition? We should write one more if formula and taking our cell reference less than 75. So that makes our condition more than 50, but less than 75. If this is true, what's the condition output we are expecting? Should be grade B. Now, if it is false, what does it mean? Stay focused. Let's take a call again. If the person is not fail, not falling in the category of grade C, neither falling in the category of grade B, if none of these conditions are true, what's the ultimate answer? Grade A. So within 2 double inverted quotes, we should write grade A. Now just check how many if formulas we have written. 1, 2, 3. So three close brackets also to be needed. 1, 2, 3. That's it. See the beauty. So this is how people, whenever there is a need over here, you could go for a simple if formula that is called the nested if. So whenever you write multiple if statements in a single cell, that becomes your nested if. Check it out. Is it working?
So in this nested formulas, like when do we use sum and sum if? Sums if.
No, not some
We
ifs,
also have
some
that
ifs,
something. Yeah.
some ifs. That is a different one. It is coming up in our next example. Don't worry, I'll tell you.
Okay.
All right. So how to write our nested if formula? I believe this is clear. Any doubt? Any queries? Anybody? But one problem, this is going to take a lot of space and it will be also taking time to process your formula.
If you have to make this into a VLOOKUP formula, then with that approximate match, so the first column, it will be 25, 50,
You can start
75.
from, yeah, you can start from 0, 25 or 26. You can say depends. Simple logic we have to express.
Yeah, if it is less than 25.
See, the column should
No,
be
if it
like
is.
this.
Hmm?
The column should be like this. 0, 26, 51, and 76. So what is the meaning? Like suppose a 0 to 25, it's a fail. Then 26 to 50 should be grade C. 51 to 75 should be grade B. And more than 75 should be A, right? So you can write a simple if formula is equal to VLOOKUP. We can go for it. Lookup value
So what
is
if it
this.
some points comes at 0 to 25 point something we'll have to do, no? 25.99, something like that. Or
Let it be 25.99, which is more than 25, right?
yeah. Oh, okay.
So here, I'll tell you, see, the moment we go for this formula, comma, column index number should be 3, comma, 0. But here we should go for approximate match. So we'll go for 1. Now is it coming up?
Yeah.
Suppose say you go and change to 25.99, as you say, 25.99, which category it should come?
In the C category.
Right. So when you go for it, you are getting fail. So what you need to do over here, we need to slightly tweak the data. So what's the tweaking of the data? Like you can go for 25 over here, automatically you go for 50 over here, and you go for 75. So simple logically, we have to present it. This matrix we have to create logically. That's it.
Yes, yes.
All right, so I believe everybody is clear with our nested formula, how to write it. Now I'm going to take you through another two logical formulas of our Excel people, naming called and or. This is also going to be helpful in some cases, like whenever you are working with multiple conditions or more than one conditions. And if you're operating with the and formula says all the conditions are to be satisfied, then only I'll be giving you the answer as true. I repeat, and formula, what it says, if you are checking multiple conditions and if all the conditions are satisfied, then only I will return the answer true. If any condition is not satisfied, then answer will be false. Whereas OR formula is just quite opposite. It will check multiple conditions. If any condition is satisfied, answer will be true. So this is what we are going to check it out. It will be more clear. Just go for it. Equal to and go for our second example, score of A greater than 30. Just write as it is. We are going to check that later. Greater than 30. Logical to taking our score of B less than 60. Okay. And bracket close and hold on there. We'll go and check manually. Score of A, how much? It is 50. Is it greater than 30? Of course, yes. So technically, answer is true. Score of B, 90. Is it less than 60? No. So answer is false. So one is true, one is false. We are operating with and formula says that all the formulas to be satisfied. Since one is not satisfied, what should be the answer? Should be false.
False.
So that's what we got it. So what we have understood now that AND formula, it will work, no doubt, but AND formula purpose, all the conditions are to be satisfied. If any condition is not satisfied, answer will be written as false. Hope it is clear. Check it out.
I have a doubt, sir.
Yeah, ask.
சார் இப்போ அது வந்து கண்டிஷனை வந்து எதுவும் சாட்டிஸ்ஃபை பண்ணலன்னா ஃபால்ஸ் வருது. அப்புறம் ஏன் அதை நான் கத்துக்கணும், நான் ஏன் அதை யூஸ் பண்ணணும்?
Okay, that's a good question. இப்போ பாருங்க, எப்பவுமே நமக்கு அவுட்புட் பாத்தீங்கன்னா ட்ரூ அண்ட் ஃபால்ஸ் மட்டும் தான் இருக்காது. அதுக்கு மேல சப்போஸ் ஏதோ ஒன்று வேணும். சப்போஸ் ஃபால்ஸ் இருந்தா நீங்க அதே போலாம். சப்போஸ் ட்ரூ இருந்தா நீங்க போகக்கூடாது. அந்த மாதிரி சப்போஸ் நமக்கு சிச்சுவேஷன் இருக்கா? இப்போ பாருங்க, நமக்கு ஒரு என்ட்ரி செக்யூரிட்டி கேட்ல ஆக்சஸ் கார்டு இருக்கா? ஓகே, சப்போஸ் ஆக்சஸ் கார்டு நீங்க எஸ் பண்ணா அப்புறம் செக்யூரிட்டி கேட் உங்களுக்கு அப்ரூவ் பண்ண அப்புறம் திருப்பி நீங்க டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்குள்ளே போகும்போது இன்னொரு ஆக்சஸ் கேட் இருக்கு. அதை கூட நீங்க ஆக்சஸ் பண்ணிட்டு எஸ் கொடுத்தா தான் நீங்க டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் வரைக்கும் போக முடியும். ஸோ இப்போ ரெண்டு ஆக்சஸ் கேட் இருக்கு உங்ககிட்ட, கரெக்ட்? புரிஞ்சுட்டீங்களா? எக்ஸாம்பிள் என்ன கொடுக்குறேன், உங்க டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் நீங்க எங்கே ஒர்க் பண்ணிருக்கீங்க. சப்போஸ் ஒரு வெண்டர் வந்தா, நம்ம ஃபேக்டரியோட கேட் இருக்கு, மெயின் கேட், அது செக்யூரிட்டி கேட் கூட ஆக்சஸ் வாங்கணும். அது ஆக்சஸ் நம்பர் 1. அப்புறம் உங்க டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்குள்ளே நீங்க சப்போஸ் வெண்டர் போகணும்னா உங்க டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் ஆக்சஸ் கேட் இருக்கு, அதுல கூட ஆக்சஸ் எஸ் பண்ணாதான் நீங்க அதை மீட் பண்ண முடியும். சப்போஸ் வெண்டர் வந்தாலும் வெண்டர் கூட நீங்க மீட் பண்ண முடியும். ஸோ ரெண்டு ஆக்சஸ் எஸ் தான் வருது, கரெக்ட்?
எஸ் சார், எஸ்.
ஆமா. சப்போஸ் செக்யூரிட்டி கேட்ல என்ட்ரி வாங்கியாச்சு, பட் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் கேட்ல என்ட்ரி வரல, நீங்க மீட் பண்ண முடியுமா வெண்டர் கூட?
முடியாது சார்.
ஸோ அதுதான் அண்ட். ஏன்னா ரெண்டுமே ஆக்சஸ் நீங்க வாங்கணும், வாங்கினாதான் என்கிட்ட மீட் பண்ண முடியும். அதுதான் நீங்க ஆல்ரெடி சொல்லியிருக்கீங்க. ஸோ அதை செக் பண்றது இதுதான் ஃபார்முலா நீங்க யூஸ் பண்ணணும். ஸோ அண்ட் ஆர் ஃபார்முலா தனியா உங்களுக்கு யூஸ் ஆகாது, பட் எங்க யூஸ் பண்ணோம், இது யூஸ் பண்ணோம் along with the if formula. So if formula சேர்த்து and formula, if formula சேர்த்து or formula ஒரு நிறைய காம்பினேஷன், நல்ல காம்பினேஷன் வருது அது. ஸோ நீங்க தனியா and or யூஸ் பண்ணக்கூடாது, அது யூஸ் வராது கூட நம்ம கிட்ட. நான் ஒரு சிம்பிள் எக்ஸாம்பிள் உங்களுக்கு காட்டுறேன்.
ஓகே.
அது இன்னொரு எக்ஸாம்பிள் பாருங்க. நமக்கு பாருங்க ஒரு ப்ராக்டிஸ் ஷீட் இருக்கு, அதுல ரைட்ல வாங்க, ப்ராக்டிஸ் ஷீட் இருக்கு. ஓகே, இதுல ரெண்டு எக்ஸாம்பிள் இருக்கு. ஜஸ்ட் ரைட் சைட்ல ஏதோ ஒன்று எக்ஸாம்பிள் இருக்கு இல்ல, அதுல பாருங்க. நீங்க எம்ப்ளாயி நேம் இருக்கு, சேலரி இருக்கு, டிவிஷன் இருக்கு, ரேட்டிங் இருக்கு. நீங்க என்ன பண்ணணும்னா, சப்போஸ் இப்போ இது ஒரு கொஸ்டின் கேட்குறா, சப்போஸ் நமக்கு இப்போ போனஸ் டிக்ளேர் பண்ணணும், மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் என்ன டிசைட் பண்ணிட்டா போனஸ் டிக்ளேர் பண்ணிக்கலாம். இந்த வருஷம் நல்லா ப்ராஃபிட்டா இருக்கு, போனஸ் டிக்ளேர் பண்ணிக்கலாம். அண்ட் போனஸ் டிக்ளேர் பண்ணிக்கா ஒரு கண்டிஷன் செட் பண்ணிருக்காங்க. என்னன்னா ரேட்டிங் 3க்குள்ள இருக்கணும். ஓகே, டிவிஷன் பாத்தீங்கன்னா சிடிஎஃப்டி மட்டும் தான் இருக்கும். salary பாத்தீங்கன்னா 50,000 கீழே இருந்தா போனஸ் வாங்க முடியும். புரிஞ்சுட்டீங்களா? 3 கண்டிஷன். ரேட்டிங் 1 to 3 குள்ள இருக்கணும். டிவிஷன் பாத்தீங்கன்னா சிடிஎஃப்டி இருக்கணும். salary பாத்தீங்கன்னா 50,000 கீழே இருந்தா போனஸ் கிடைக்கும். ஸோ இப்போ இது காலம்ல நமக்கு இப்போ ரிசல்ட் கொண்டு வரணும். போனஸ் இல்லைன்னா நோ போனஸ். அந்த மாதிரி 2 கண்டிஷன் எங்க இருக்கு. என்ன கண்டிஷன் சாட்டிஸ்ஃபை இருக்கு அது எங்க வரணும். ஸோ இப்போ பாத்தீங்கன்னா ஃபர்ஸ்ட் கேஸ்ல ரேட்டிங் 1 to 3ல இருக்கா? எஸ் நோ?
ஆமா சார். எஸ் எஸ்.
ஆமா. ஸோ ஃபர்ஸ்ட் கண்டிஷன் நமக்கு சாட்டிஸ்ஃபை இருக்கு. டிவிஷன் பாத்தீங்கன்னா சிடிஎஃப்டி இருக்கா?
நோ.
No. So second condition satisfied இல்ல. Third condition, though it is 50,000 கீழே இருந்தா கூட நமக்கு போனஸ் கொடுக்க முடியாது. ஸோ அதை செக் பண்ணணும். நம்ம இப்படி செக் பண்ணிக்கலாம். is equal to and கொடுத்துட்டு எங்கே ரேட்டிங் the first condition less than equal to 3. Second condition division CDFD. Third condition salary less than 50,000. 3 கண்டிஷன் கொடுத்தாச்சு. அது ஆன்சர் என்ன வரும்?
ஃபால்ஸ் தான் வரும்.
ஃபால்ஸ் வந்துச்சு. ஸோ நமக்கு ஃபால்ஸ் வந்தாச்சு. அதுல ஒன்றும் பிரச்சனை இல்லை. பட் ஆன்சர் நமக்கு என்ன வேணும்? போனஸ் ஆர் நோ போனஸ். ஸோ ஃபால்ஸ் பிளேஸ்ல இருந்து நமக்கு இப்போ நோ போனஸ் வேணும். அது எப்படி கொண்டு வர முடியும்? இங்க பாருங்க. ஸோ அண்ட் ஃபார்முலா நமக்கு ஃபால்ஸ் கொடுக்குறது நமக்கு தெரிஞ்சு போயிடுச்சு. முன்னாடி நம்ம என்ன பண்ணோம்னா ஒரு இஃப் ஃபார்முலா எழுதணும். ஏன்னா நமக்கு ட்ரூ ஃபால்ஸ் இப்போ தேவைப்படலைங்க. நமக்கு என்ன தேவைப்படுது? ட்ரூ இல்லாம போனஸ், ஃபால்ஸ் இல்லாம நோ போனஸ். ஸோ ட்ரூ எங்க இருக்கு? அது போனஸ் வேணும். ஃபால்ஸ் வந்தா நோ போனஸ் வேணும். ஸோ போனஸ் நோ போனஸ் இது என்னோட டெக்ஸ்ட். கரெக்ட்? ஸோ என்ன பண்ணணும்னா இஃப் ஃபார்முலா எழுதணும் முதல்ல. ஸோ அண்ட் முன்னாடி இஃப் இருந்தா திஸ் என்டையர் அண்ட் ஃபங்க்ஷன் நம்ம எழுதுறோம் இல்ல, இது பிகம்ஸ் லாஜிக்கல் டெஸ்ட். அதுக்கப்புறம் என்ன பண்ணணும்? காமா வேல்யூ இஃப் ட்ரூ. சப்போஸ் அண்ட் ஃபார்முலா நமக்கு ட்ரூ கொடுத்தா என்ன வேணும்? போனஸ். சப்போஸ் அண்ட் ஃபார்முலா ஃபால்ஸ் வருதா நோ போனஸ். புரிஞ்சுட்டீங்களா? ஸோ தனியா இது ஃபார்முலா யூசேஜ்ல ஆகாது. பட் இஃப் சேர்த்து நீங்க கம்பைன் பண்ணீங்கன்னா ஒரு நல்ல பவர்ஃபுல் ஃபார்முலா மாதிரி வருது. ஸோ இப்போ பாருங்க நோ போனஸ் வந்துச்சா? எல்லாமே யூஸ் பண்ணுங்க. So if and if and or is always the combination. Okay. Jairaj, clear hai? Jairaj, Magesh, yaar clear the question.
எஸ் சார். கிளியர் சார்.
கிளியர் சார்.
Fine. So நீங்க லைவ் டேட்டா எடுத்துட்டு இது ப்ராக்டிஸ் பண்ணுங்க. சப்போஸ் கண்டிஷன் செட் பண்ண முடியலன்னா நீங்க இமெயில் பண்ணிக்கலாம். நான் உங்களுக்கு சொல்லி தரேன். ஒன்றும் பிரச்சனை இல்லை. பட் நீங்க முதல்ல ப்ராக்டிஸ் பண்ணணும். லாஜிக் நீங்க அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட் பண்ணிக்கணும். ஓகே? Fine. All right. So here, now we are going to discuss about the OR formula. So I told you, what is the OR? Just the opposite of AND. It will check the multiple conditions. If any condition is satisfied, answer will be true. So let's go and check the same. Whatever we have got it over here, same thing we are going to just check it with OR formula. Same logic we are going to check, but with OR. Go for it. Now, what happens? Score of A, 50. Is it greater than 30? Yes. So technically answer is true. Now, since the first condition itself satisfied, Excel is not going to bother about checking the rest of conditions. Though it is true, false, it is not any kind of necessity or any kind of check it to be done. It's not necessary for it because the first condition itself is satisfied. So answer will be, this is what your OR formula. Okay. So in simple language, if you ask me, Prabhas, how will I know where to use and where to use OR? Whenever you are checking multiple conditions, if all the conditions are mandatory to be satisfied, you should check with AND formula. If any condition is not satisfied and conditions are optional, then you should check with OR formula. All right, very simple. Any doubt, any queries in our logical formulas, people? Anybody? Archana, hope you got some clarity. Yesterday you showed me one formula, you were not able to get it, that why to use and where to use OR. Now you got some idea?
Yes, yes.
Right.
Thank you.
No problem.
I don't know. I
So
mean, that person who has prepared those formulas are so long and so huge formulas. They really are driving me crazy, actually. And the problem is when I have joined, so that the person I replaced has already left in the month of Jan Feb. And now when I joined, in a month's time, my manager has also left. So actually, I am just left on my own. So now they are going to hire some. Now they are going to. They are hiring someone who's going to come from Deloitte. Now what happens is in this Deloitte, PwC, all these big four companies, only they are eating is of their data presentation. That means you have to be very, very strong in Excel. So if you know your Excel well, you can actually work in this Deloitte and Ernst and Young, like these
see,
big
that
four
is what
companies. So now I'm
all
sure.
the
Huh?
see. I'll tell you the fact. In fact, I'm going to deliver a training program to one of the big four EY day after tomorrow.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Their prime objective is you have to be having strong analytical skills and you
Yes.
should be well versed with all the Excel formulas, functions, tools, features along with Power BI. That's
Yes.
what their prime motto. And this is what we do train to our big four people even. And their prime objective is you are not allowed to use mouse. You know, in the induction process itself, it's very much clear. You are not allowed to use mouse. Even somebody happen to see that you are using mouse, you are disqualified and you will be completely dismissed. They will ask you, please leave our organization. They are very particular about their brand name and the speed. So whatever the amount of speed you have to develop in your working style, you will not imagine also. That is how they are very particular. So whatever the
Exactly.
training, yeah, whatever the training program now I am conducting in 16 hours, I do teach in 8 hours. So can you imagine that speed, how it would be,
Yes. Yes. That
right?
is what. And that is what, Um, because here, like in these countries, like because all the administrative work also we only have to do, and my kids are small. I really want to work for a big four company later in my career when I don't have to bother and my kids are just a bit independent on their own. But for
Okay.
that, and plus I have developed this interest in this analytics skills. So I was sometimes I'm thinking, shall I go into this data analytics courses, because all those different languages are there. I'm also so confused which course to do. I keep looking for that IBM is doing some data analytics courses. Like I keep looking, but generally my search engines don't help me what is happening in India. And actually in India is far more, they are very, very ahead when it comes to technology. So like as I said, like when just now my new organization which I've joined, before that I was with like this Reserve Bank of Australia. All the IT, the whole of IT, because the RBA, like any of the policy making banks, will only have will not have normal people. So they will only have economists and the IT people. So economists are all Chinese, Koreans, and all those people. All IT, the whole of IT is only Indians. So this was the only organization I saw. I met a lot of Indian people. like within this. And if the Indians are not there, the whole system will collapse here. That is how so desperate people are for this IT things. So actually I have also developed this interest in analytics, and I was trying to wonder, I was wondering whether what is it I should be doing more. But first I'm just starting with Excel. This is only was very confusing because and I want to do it the right way, because if you do something wrong, it gets fit in your mind, and it is very hard to rewrite your stuff, like, so that
See,
is why I've started
I'll tell
from the
you,
very
yeah,
basics with this
yeah, I'll tell you very
classes.
simple way. I'll tell you very simple
Hmm.
way. Just to answer two things from your side. Indians,
Hmm.
we do have very good analytical skills. Though you
Uh-huh.
compare with anybody, whole world. That's why not only in Australia, if you go to the Middle East and all, though they have
Mm,
got good command, they might be hiring the people from, but when it comes to the data analytics side, they prefer to Indians only.
mm,
So anywhere you go in the analytical side, Indians will be preferable because of two reasons. One, good analytical skills, and we are quite satisfied with the little bit of salary hike also. We are very satisfied compared to others.
Actually, that is what, no, the whole,
Yeah.
like everything we will do and give, and but because we are not very confident about ourselves, the presentation will be done by the foreigner here, like, so your manager is like, say someone is like Sam Shepherd, or all some people will be there. They will do your presentation, but everything at the back end only you are working, like this.
See, that's
But
the
yes,
hierarchy.
but
I
still
can't.
this work is important.
Right. I'll say that's not. I'll completely agree with that. That we are not confident, Archana. That is
Mm.
because of the hierarchy problem that we are in the back seat. But it's not necessary to be that we are not confident. But yes, if you want to get it recognized better, I would say you come in India and they will help you in his company. What say?
No, no, not
I'm just
this.
kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Don't take it serious.
No, no,
All right.
I actually, but I really want to know more of this things. What other courses would be helpful? I don't even know where to, search. Also, I was also
See,
looking from that
you
perspective.
need no need to go much. You no need to go much. No need to take anybody's advice. I'll tell you very simple way. Learn Excel thoroughly. Give ample time. Whatever the amount time it takes, your speed you develop on that. You develop your analytical skills completely with all the formula, functions, help, and logic. Okay. I have
Mm-hmm,
given you all the 10 website names also, where to develop your skill, enhance your skills. And once you are
mm-hmm,
ready with your all the Excel stuffs, then you
mm-hmm.
join Power BI. Learn Power BI completely to the fullest, and trust me, you can beat anyone in this world in terms of analytics. But yes,
Mm.
there are a lot of
Uh,
again tools are in the market like big data, SQL, Power. I mean, along with the Tableau, it depends upon the organization what you prefer to work with. But you
yeah.
cannot just be there
Mm.
in one organization for your whole life, right? So if you develop your skills in this way, anywhere in the globe, you will be sustaining. It's not a problem. Okay.
Okay. So what is this Power Query? Because we have to
Uh,
keep writing queries also in
that,
Excel, no?
yeah, yeah. See, Power Query is nothing but it's one of the tool which will be handling for the data transformation and data cleansing. And this is one of the tool in the Power BI, which is there already. So you don't need to learn separately for Power Query. When you go for Power BI, you will be learning Power Query also. Okay. So this is the reason why I told you. First, get a
Okay.
complete hands-in experience in Excel, then give ample time for practice, then go for Power BI.
Okay.
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 Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Fine. No problem. All right, friends. So let's go for our next sheet called sum and count. So we are going to discuss now the aggregate functions of our Excel, and that is going to also help you in designing the dashboards, summary reports, tabular reports at any point of time out of a huge data chunk. So how to deal with the same, how to write these formulas, and how it works, we are going to discuss. Okay. And before proceeding further, I would like to announce one thing, people. Today, we have to extend our session by another 15 to 20 minutes. So if you have some any other commitments or anything, meeting or schedule of something or family times you are going to spend, please bear with me because we need to complete the subject. Is that okay? Can we extend up to 6:15 to 6:20 as per IST?
No problem, sir.
No problem, sir.
Yes,
Okay,
Thank you.
sir.
Thank you so much for the confirmation. Or those who are having already some prior commitments and you can't just postpone it for another 20 to 15 minutes. You will have the recordings, don't worry. So I'll be sending it across. But I would suggest if you can manage, please be there in the session, get a complete one-time practice, and then you can practice well at the own pace at the workplace. No issue. All right, so let's go for our data. You could notice we have a date of training. We have the name of the employees, division they belong to, salary they draw, and the training expenses incurred upon those employees. That details also available completely over here. Okay. Now, taking these 5 columns into reference, we need to answer all these 6 questions. So go for the first one. What it demands? Count occurrence wherever the division is HFD. So which column we have to deal with in the division column? What we need to do? How many times HFD is appearing? We have to make a count and we have to get our result. So basically we have to do a criteria based counting. And for that, we have a ready-made formula in our Excel naming called count if. So start working with me. Equal to count if, what it demands me? The range. So which column we have to deal with? We have discussed already in the division column, correct? We can select that. Then what is the next one? Is the criteria. What's our criteria? Is HFD. That we can write it within 2 double inverted quotes, or we can write a simple by taking the cell help, which is containing at least HFD, we can write that. So either of this way, whichever it is comfortable, go for it. Bracket close, formula is ready, and this is going to give you, there are 28 cases we have got our HFD. You receive the same? Kindly confirm. Any doubt, any queries, do let me know.
sir, how you paste it in the formula text in a simple word? Hello?
Yes.
இந்த 28 இந்த 28 காப்பி பண்ணி எப்படி
ஆமாம்.
சார் உடனே வந்துட்டு அது ஃபார்முலா டெக்ஸ்டா போட்டீங்க?
ஆமா, நான் காப்பி பேஸ்ட் தான் பண்றேன் சார். என்ன பண்றேன்னா மோகன், இப்ப பாருங்க. நான் ஃபார்முலா நான் எழுதுறேன் இங்க. ஃபார்முலா ஓபன் பண்ணிட்டு, நான் செலக்ட் பண்ணிட்டு, காப்பி பண்ணிட்டு, நெக்ஸ்ட் காலம்ல போயிட்டு, ஒரு வாட்டி ஸ்பேஸ் எடுத்துட்டு, தென் பேஸ்ட் பண்றேன். இது எல்லா ஆக்ஷன் பண்றேன் நான். ஸோ இது எல்லாமே நான்
ஸ்பேஸ்
என்ன
விட்டுட்டு
சொல்றேன்னா,
போட்டா ஃபார்முலா டெக்ஸ்ட் வந்துரும்.
ஆமா, ஸ்பேஸ் பண்ணிட்டு போட்டு ஃபார்முலா டெக்ஸ்ட் ஃபார்மேட்ல வரும். ஸோ அது எல்லாமே நான் என்ன சொன்னேன்னா, சிம்பிள் ஃபார்முலா நீங்க ஃபார்முலா டெக்ஸ்ட் போட்டு நீங்க இதே ஃபார்முலா நீங்க காட்ட முடியாது அது.
எஸ் சார், எஸ் சார். பட் நீங்க சிம்பிளா பண்ணீங்க, அதான் எப்படி குயிக்கா பண்ணீங்க ஷார்ட் கீ
ஆமா,
என்ன?
எதையாவது பிராக்டிஸ் பண்ணிட்டு நீங்க அது நீங்க பண்ணிக்கலாமே. நான் எப்படி பண்ணா நீங்க கூட
காப்பி
பண்ணிக்கலாம்.
பண்ணிட்டு பேஸ்ட் பண்ணும்போது ஸ்பேஸ் விட்டுட்டு போட்டா அது வந்துருது.
சிம்பிள் அந்த மாதிரி.
ஓகே, ஓகே.
Okay. All right, friends. So I believe everyone is clear with our question number 1 answer, that is called 28. Okay. Now we'll go for second one. Count salary less than 1,50,000 US dollars. So in salary column, wherever it is less than 1,50,000 cases are there, we need to make a count of that and how many cases we need to show the result. So basically, again, criteria based counting to be done. So we should go for count if over here. Range, which range we have to deal with is the salary column. Then what it asks me is the criteria. What's my criteria? Less than 1,50,000. So here you have to focus within 2 double inverted quotes, you have to give it as 1,50,000. So whenever you have less than, greater than, less than equal to, greater than equal to such kind of conditions, you have to write within 2 double inverted quotes when you go for this kind of formula. Count if, count ifs, some ifs, anyway, such kind of formulas. Okay. Now this is going to give me a result 51. So kindly confirm you all are getting the answer as 51 over there.
So is it the count if and count ifs is one and the same? No.
No. It's different. So count if when you have a single criteria based counting to be done. Count ifs when you have multiple criteria based counting to be done.
Okay. Hmm. Like for example, like these two count ifs we have done, we can do it in one if I write the formula count ifs, right?
Yeah, if you want to check wherever division is HFD and wherever the salary is less than 1,50,000, when it is matching those cases, how many times it is appearing, you can get one result over there. So that's called multiple criteria based counting to be done.
So it will be count ifs, uh, column C to
It will, it
4.
will, it will, it will be clear. We are coming up. I'll share the logic to you. Don't worry. So for the timing, you that keep it on hold.
Okay, thank you.
Right. So now simple county formula, how to write it. We got the clarity over here, people. Let's go for our third example. Sum salary for division RAD. Sum salary for division RAD. So which column you have to deal with? First, you have to check the division column wherever RAD is there. Then corresponding salary, you have to make a total. So we need to deal with both the columns. But what is the first column? First division, then salary. So what we need to do exactly is nothing but the criteria based sum. So we have a ready-made formula called sum if. So you can go to equal to sum if, and what it demands me is the range. So where is the range? Range is in the division first. Then what is the next one is the criteria. What's your criteria? Is RAD. So within two double inverted quotes, RAD, we can type it, comma. What is the next one? Sum range. So which range you will be applying the sum formula in the salary column. And the moment you hit enter, this is going to give you the result. 90,64,787. Right? So I believe everybody is getting the same value. Any doubt, any queries?
Okay, sir.
Right. Now let's go for our question number 4. Some salary above 2 lakh US dollar. So in the salary column, wherever it is greater than 2 lakh cases are there, those things alone, we need to make a sum of that. So basically we need to do again a criteria based sum. So we can go for a formula sum if range is the salary, then it is asking criteria. So what is my criteria? Above 2 lakhs. How to define? I told you within two double inverted quotes, you can go for 2 lakhs, greater than 2 lakhs. Now it is asking sum range. So which range you will be applying the sum formula? Again, the salary column. But that is no point of defining the salary range again going and over here. Since our range and sum range is the same range, we can complete our formula with criteria itself. And the moment I hit enter, this is going to give me the result. 1 crore 32 lakhs 63,214. So this is how people you have to also be clear with the logic whenever your range is repetitive and if the data is not required, there is no point of extending the formula with the range. Okay. So question number 4, kindly confirm it's working clear for you.
Hello.
Yep.
Yeah, Prabhas, value is showing like 1.3 plus 0.7. So what is the shortcut?
No, you have to extend. That is what again expand the column Alt OCA
All to OCA is not working. So that's all.
one by one. Just Alt remove the finger, then O for format remove the finger CA. If it is not working, you can go to Home Format Auto fit of column width. You can opt this otherwise.
In home format table. Okay.
No, in the Home format is
Okay.
option is there. In Format Auto fit column width.
Okay. Right. Yeah, thank you.
Right, no problem.
Yeah.
Fine then. So now let us go and discuss our question number 5. Some salary more than 50,000 USD but less than 1,50,000 US dollar. So here we need to check which column in the salary column, isn't it? And wherever it is 50,000 more than cases are there and less than 1,50,000 cases are there. And what is the total of that salary? We need to make it. So again, criteria based sum to be done, but we have got more than one criteria. So when you have multiple criteria based sum to be done, some if is not going to help you. You have to deal with some ifs. Very powerful, but bit peculiar. Please stay focused how it works. And this is going to save a lot of time over here for you. So please stay focused. This demands me some range. Which range I have the formula to be applied? Some range is the salary.
D4 to D94.
Right. Now what is that next is asking? Criteria range 1. So here people commits a mistake. What they believe, they have to write more than 50,000 over here. But technically, more than 50,000 is your criteria 1. So it is asking more than 50,000 cases where you are going to search. Again, in the salary. Do you agree? So as I said you, this is where people commit a mistake. Now this is asking criteria 1. So as per the question, what is the first criteria? More than 50,000. So greater than 50,000, how to define? We know that. Then what demands? Criteria range 2. So what is your second criteria? Less than 1,50,000. But where to search? Again, in the same salary. So I can go for D4 to D94 again. And then criteria 2. The formula is demanding criteria 2. Less than 1,50,000. So less than 1,50,000, I can define like this. So this is how people, whenever multiple criteria based conditions sum to be done, you have to go for sum ifs formula in this fashion. Now this is going to give you the result sum. So why it is giving this result like this? Let's go and discuss. So I have got one extra over here, double inverted quotes. So I should release that. And then this also I need to remove it. That's it. And the moment I hit enter, did I receive the result? 21,99,323. So this is how people, whenever there is a need, you can go for this kind of formula called sum ifs and very, very powerful this one. Check it out. Is it working? If at all anybody is not getting the answer, need my support, do let me know.
Prabhas, I have one question. In this, we are taking the salary range 3 times in the same formula, but why is that?
Okay. See, that's a good question you asked. Let me explain you how the formula works. No need to do anything, just watch my screen. The moment you go for sum if, okay, can you see the first input range? Is it having any kind of prefix or suffix of like any double inverted quotes or square bracket? Anything is there before R or after E? Do you see any kind of characters?
No.
So it is a simple message. This input is mandatory. Range is mandatory, comma. Now, what is the next input criteria? Do you see anything before C and after A?
No.
So again, this is a mandatory input. But when you go for our next sum range, what is there before S and after E? Can you see a square brackets is there? So it's a simple message. This input is optional, not mandatory. So that's the reason why in the previous case, when we go for it, since our range and sum range is the same range, we could ignore it because that optional input is over here. But in this case, sum ifs, when you go for it, just see. What is that? It is asking sum range. Do you see anything before S or E? No. So this input is mandatory. Again, criteria range 1. Anything before C or 1? No. So that is again, it is mandatory. But when you go for criteria 1, is there anything before C or 1? No. This is also mandatory. But when you go for criteria range 2, only before C is there, one square bracket. But after criteria 2 only it is there. Means though I have the same range, but unless and until I go for criteria 2 to define, I cannot just leave the formula as it is. So I have to give both the inputs. And since our case, the entire data is depending upon with one column, though the column is same, but still we have to give it in 2 different times or 3 different times because our criteria is falling in the same range. So here the criteria range 1, criteria range 2, criteria range 3 are the mandatory commands, not the optional commands. That's why we have to write. Hope you got a clarity now. One.
Yep. Thank you. I
No
think now we got clarity.
No. Okay. All right. So here, people, now let's go for our next. Find the total training expenses incurred between these two dates, like 1st August 2019 and 31st January 2020. In these two dates, whatever we have the training incurred, that expenses we have to make a total. So you know now how to write your count if, how to write your sum if, how to write your sum ifs also. So please get the answer for question number 6. 2 minutes time you have. Please do that. And once you get your answer, do let me know how much it is. What happened? Answer. Did you receive it?
Yes, sir.
How much? Did you receive the same? 84 to 84?
Yes, sir.
Those who have received 84 to 84, you are in the right track. Okay. So I'm just pasting the formula, just correction, do the necessary corrections. And if it is not clear, do let me know. All right, so I believe it's clear. Any doubt, any questions on this? All right, so kindly save all your files and close it.
சார் எனக்கு வரலையே சார்.
Okay, screen share பண்ணுங்க பார்க்கலாம் என்ன இருக்கு.
ஒரு நிமிஷம் சார், ஒரு நிமிஷம் சார். ஓகே சார், பண்றேன் சார், 2 மினிட்ஸ்.
Okay. All right, some ifs நீங்க எடுத்துருக்கீங்க. Okay, E4 to E94, A4 to A94, perfect. 1st August, 2019. Okay. A4 to L22 பாருங்க செகண்ட் கிரைட்டீரியா ரேஞ்ச் நீங்க எடுக்கும்போது A4 to A94 நீங்க எடுக்கணும் அதுல. அதை நீங்க தப்பா பண்ணிருக்கீங்க. L22 இல்லாம அதை delete பண்ணுங்க. ஆமா, A94. மீதி எல்லாம் கரெக்ட். Enter
ஓகே சார், ரைட் சார். தேங்க்யூ சார்.
Okay, welcome. All right, so I believe everybody's clear with our this aggregate functions, how to use these people, and these are the functions mostly we use again while designing the dashboards, summary report, tabular reports over there. Now let's close all these files, whatever we have got the workings over. And now we are going to discuss in our sample case studies folder, the file name is called chart text. So how to use our charts and graphs in our routine activities and how to present our data in a beautiful storytelling format, and how to give an instant information to the audience. We are going to discuss that. So kindly confirm you got the same worksheet called chart text open and the sheet name is called quick chart. Is it on? Please confirm. Y for yes. File name chart text, sheet name quick chart.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, Prabhas, are we done with this multi-DB filter and data visualization?
It's not necessary that all the topics to be covered. Whatever the things required, depending upon the target audience, it will keep changing. So
Okay.
I have to keep all the data ready. Then only I can
Okay.
explain you, right? So this is the reason why all the data sets are there. So whatever you needed the most, depending upon your expectation, I cover all those things. Don't worry.
Okay.
All right. So going to our sheet called quick chart over here, let me take you through. Suppose say I have got a revenue data. These are the products we have sold to our customers, and this is the revenue we have made it. Now, this is what I have prepared. But looking at the data, my boss is saying, Prabhas, why don't you plot the data in a graphical format? So to present the data in a graphical format, kindly select your data, keeping the cursor anywhere in the data set, Control A. And on your keyboard, press Alt F1. So if it is not your direct key, go with function with Alt F1. So Alt F1 is the keyboard shortcut to insert a chart on the same worksheet quickly. So I believe this is working. Kindly confirm. Now, suppose say I have presented this, my boss is still not happy and he's telling Pravas, why don't you make a bigger chart, somewhat neat and clean, presentable. I don't like this. Well,
சார் சார் எப்போ ஒர்க் ஆகல சார் எனக்கு வரல சார்
என்னாச்சு? இல்ல இல்ல நீங்க என்ன பிரஸ் பண்ணிருக்கீங்க? டேட்டா செலக்ட் பண்ணிட்டீங்களா?
டேட்டா செலக்ட் பண்ணியாச்சு சார் F1
ஓகே.
ஆல்ட் F1 வரல சார்
ஆமா. இப்போ உங்களுக்கு F1 பாத்தீங்கன்னா டைரக்ட் கீ இருக்காது இது. நீங்க ஒரு வேல்
எஸ்
பண்ணுங்க.
சார்
கடைசியில நீங்க பாருங்க கீழே லெஃப்ட் சைடுல ஒரு FN கீ இருக்கு. FN
எஸ் சார்
ஃபங்க்ஷன்
இருக்கு சார்
ஆல்ட் ஃபங்க்ஷன் ஆல்ட் F1 மூணாவே சேர்த்து பிரஸ் பண்ணுங்க. FN ஆல்ட் F1. இப்போ வந்துச்சா?
சொல்லுங்க சார் ஃபங்க்ஷன்
ஆல்ட்
ஓகே சார்
F1 மூணாவே செலக்ட் பண்ணுங்க சேர்த்து.
நோ
பிரஸ்
நோ
பண்ணுங்க.
சார் வரல சார்
வராம இப்படி இருக்கும். நீங்க இந்த டாலர் சிம்பிள் கொடுக்கும்போது இப்படி கொடுத்தீங்க. இது F4 தனியா கொடுத்தீங்களா? FN கீ சேர்த்து நீங்க பிரஸ் பண்ணிருக்கீங்க முன்னாடி.
கண்ட்ரோல் F4 சார்
இல்ல இல்ல.
சாரி ஃபங்க்ஷன் F4 சார்
So function F4 in the function alt F1 press நீங்க பாருங்க என்ன பிரஸ் பண்றீங்க. alt key press பண்றீங்க ஸ்பேஸ் பக்கத்துல alt key இருக்கு லெஃப்ட் சைடுல function
ஓகே
alt
சார்
F1
ஃபங்க்ஷன் ஆல்ட்
F1 மூணாவே சேர்த்து பிரஸ் பண்ணீங்க.
ஃபங்க்ஷன் ஆல்ட் F1 நோ சார்
Okay.
எக்ஸல் 2016 ஹெல்ப்
ஆல்ட் F1 வருது சார்.
ஒரு நிமிஷம்.
சார் ஆல்ட் F1 பாருங்க வருது.
ஆல்ட் F1 வரலையே
நோ ப்ராப்ளம் ஜெயராஜ்.
Okay,
நீங்க
sir.
ஸ்கிரீன் ஷேர் பண்ணுங்க. ஸ்கிரீன் ஷேர் பண்ணுங்க.
ஸ்கிரீன் ஷேர் பண்ணுங்க ஓகே
எனக்கு கூட ஒர்க் ஆகல சார் 2013
நோ ப்ராப்ளம். அது வெர்ஷன்
Control A,
ஒன்றும்
sir.
பிரச்சனை இல்லை. வெர்ஷன்
Control
கண்ட்ரோல்
A.
கொடுத்து ஓகே. இப்போ ஜஸ்ட் ஒரு வேல் பண்ணுங்க. alt
சரிங்க சார்
F1 பிரஸ் பண்ணுங்க. alt F1 பிரஸ் பண்ணுங்க முதல்ல.
ஆல்ட் F1
ஒன்றும்
நோ
ஆகல.
சார்
ஓகே. Function alt F1
function alt F1.
இல்ல நீங்க சரியா பிரஸ் பண்ணல. க்ளோஸ் பண்ணுங்க இது. முன்னாடி
Function.
சேவ் பிரஸ் பண்ணுங்க. Alt F1.
So it's
முன்னாடி
Alt F1, no?
One minute. For you it is different, Archana. For them it is different because they have got different keyboard setup and QWERTY keyboard it's there, but
Not to me, sir.
Okay. Do one thing, no problem. Go to insert போங்க இப்போ. சரி விட்டுருங்க அது. பரவாயில்ல.
Okay, sir.
Insert போங்க.
Alt F1.
Suppose உங்களுக்கு ஒரு நிமிஷம் ஜெனஸ். அந்த பாருங்க சார்ட் கேட்டகரியில ஃபர்ஸ்ட் சார்ட் என்ன இருக்கு? சார்ட் கேட்டகரி பாருங்க. இல்ல ரைட்ல போவோம். ஒரு ஜஸ்ட் லெஃப்ட். ரைட் ஒன்னு ஸ்டெப் ரைட், ஒரு ஸ்டெப் ரைட் மட்டும் தான் ரைட். மேல் போங்க கொஞ்சம் மேல. இதுல கிளிக் பண்ணுங்க. The very first one, the chart, 2D column chart இருக்கிறது first option. அதை click பண்ணுங்க. So இதே நீங்க பண்ணிக்கலாம். Suppose keyboard shortcuts working அல்லனா இங்க இது பண்ணிக்கலாம் for the time being.
Okay, sir. Right, sir.
Yeah.
Sir.
Yes. Okay. All right. So now once we have got this over here, my chart is ready, no doubt, but my boss is not happy. Yes. What is saying? Just listen. He is telling Pravas this chart is not so bigger in
Prabhas,
size.
our boss is very cute. He's always not happy.
That is all the time happens with all the bosses. It's not only here. So whatever you do, how much you would do also, he's not happy. Anyway, so what he's telling to you now, right now, just listen. He's telling Pravas, why don't you do something so that the chart should be bigger in size, neat and clean, presentable, and it should be eye-catchy. People should be happy watching the same. So a lot of expectation from us. So how to do it? Just do one thing. Select your data and on your keyboard, just press F11. F11. When you press, what happens? Do you see an exclusive chart sheet will be populated on the same workbook, having the chart bigger in size, neat and clean, presentable, no data, only the chart. So this is how people, 2 keyboard shortcuts we have. Alt F1 to plot the graph in the same worksheet, F11 to plot the graph in a different worksheet, only having the charts in place. Is it working now?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Great.
working, sir. This is
Right.
working, sir.
So if they work on that, could work ago. Suppose some problem might be there. We have to check it out. All right, no issues. Now come back to quick chart, friends. And take the chart a little bit towards your right side next to the data. Take it. And then when you have the chart in place, the first thing first, yesterday I told you when you have worked with our pivot chart, if you remember, can somebody recall that? What I told you when you have the chart in place, what is the
Grid
first
line.
thing? No, that's
Grid
not
line.
the first thing. No,
Grid
that's not
line.
the first. No. I told you go to your design or chart design and take the
Oh, yeah.
style. Which style?
Yeah,
The
yeah.
last one. Able
Sir,
to recall?
I have a doubt, sir.
Yes. ஆமா கேளுங்க என்ன டவுட் இருக்கு?
Sir, may I share my screen, sir?
Okay, no issues. ஆமா
Sir, F11 கொடுக்க சொன்னீங்க.
ஆமா
ஓகே சார், முன்னாடி
Excel.
blank-ஆ வந்துச்சு. ஓகே, thank you sir.
இப்போ வந்துச்சுல்ல? ஓகே.
இதுக்கு முன்னாடி blank-ஆ இருந்தது இதே ஷீட், அதனால தான் சார்.
நீங்க டேட்டா செலக்ட் பண்ணாம பிரஸ் பண்ணிருப்பீங்க.
ஓகே ஓகே ஓகே
blank. டேட்டா செலக்ட் பண்ணிட்டு F11 கொடுத்தா ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்கா சார்ட் வரும்.
ஓகே சார், thank you.
Sure. No problem. Okay, so here now, friends, the moment we have got, okay, somebody again. Yes, Mohan, again, what happened? நீங்க கை ரேஸ் பண்ணிருக்கீங்க. query answer ஆயிச்சல்ல?
Sorry.
No problem, no problem. நான் டவுன் பண்ணிக்கிறேன். Okay. Fine. So now the moment we go for this over here, as I told you, select your chart in the quick chart sheet, select your chart, go to the chart design or design tab, whatever it comes, go to the style, the last one. Did you remember in pivot case also I told you all these things?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yes.
Now the second step. What is that? Followed by going to the plus symbol, remove the grid lines checkbox, and it will be neat and clean. These are the two minimum formattings, always with the goes with the same rhythm, the way I have stated to you, and then talk the rest, whatever you want to do. So can I take that? Everybody is clear with our minimum formatting?
Yes.
Right. Now suppose say this is what I have presented to my boss. He's telling Prabhas, this chart is not giving such a great feel. It seems all the products are seeming identical. Why don't you differentiate the products with different colors? What a bogus demand. But yes, boss is demanding. I can't say anything. So I need to have different colors with the multiple products. How to do that? Just see the beauty. Take your mouse pointer to any of this column inside the chart area and right click upon the same. Now confirm all these entire columns are selected and this kind of window box is coming up. Yes. Format data series. One option is there. You can click that. It will take you to a dialog box where you could see there is a paint box kind of icon is there that is called fill and line. And if you go and navigate, fill option is there. And within fill, you have a option called vary colors by point and checkbox is not activated. You can activate that and see the beauty with immediate effect. Can you see multicolor effect?
Yes.
So this is how, with a quick note,
Sorry,
you can convert.
sorry,
Yes.
sorry, sir. எங்க சார் இருக்கு?
ஆமா, நீங்க mouse cursor சார்ட் குள்ளே
Okay,
ஒரு காலம் மேல வச்சுக்கிட்டு காலம் மேல ரைட் கிளிக் பண்ணுங்க ஒரு காலம் ரைட் கிளிக் பண்ணுங்க
okay, sir.
ஃபார்மாட் டேட்டா
மேல
சீரிஸ்
fill okay.
ஃபில் அது ஃபில் குள்ளே
Fill இருக்கு
வேரி
sir.
கலர்ஸ் ஃபில் கிளிக் பண்ணுங்க ஃபில் கிளிக் பண்ணாதா உள்ளே வரும் வேரி கலர்ஸ்
Okay,
பை
sir.
பாயிண்ட்
Very color, picture, gradient, texture, sir.
அதுக்கு கீழே கீழே பாருங்க இல்லையா
இல்லையா சார்? இல்ல சார்.
ஓகே ஸ்கிரீன் ஷேர் பண்ணுங்க ம். இல்ல இல்ல அந்த மாதிரி கிளிக் பண்ணாதீங்க இல்ல இல்ல ஜெயராஜ் எஸ்கேப் பண்ணுங்க மவுஸ் பாயிண்டர் ஒரு காலம் மேலே ப்ளூ கலர் காலம் இருக்குல்ல ப்ளூ கலர் காலம்ஸ் அதுல ரைட் கிளிக் பண்ணுங்க ரைட் கிளிக் பண்ணுங்க ஆமா ஃபார்மாட் டேட்டா சீரிஸ் வரும் கீழே பாருங்க ஃபார்மாட் டேட்டா சீரிஸ் இருக்கு அதுக்கப்புறம் டயலாக் பாக்ஸ் வரும் கிளிக் பண்ணா டயலாக் பாக்ஸ் வரும் ரைட்ல இருந்து ஃபில் பண்ணுங்க ஃபில் கிளிக் பண்ணுங்க ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஒன் எஸ் அதுக்குள்ள ஃபில் இருக்கா ஃபில் கிளிக் பண்ணுங்க திருப்பி கீழே ஃபில் இருக்கா
ஹலோ.
ஃபில் எஸ் ஜெயராஜ்
நெட்
பாருங்க
கனெக்டிவிட்டி நினைக்கிறேன் சார்.
ஆமா ஃபில் ஒரு ஃபில் ஆப்ஷன் இருக்குல்ல ஃபில் ஆப்ஷன் கீழே ஃபில் பார்டர் ரெண்டு ஆப்ஷன் இருக்கு ஏரோ கீஸ் ஃபில் கிளிக் பண்ணுங்க I guess Jairaj is having a problem. Everybody is able to hear me? Can somebody gives me a heads up?
Yes.
Okay. I guess Jairaj is having trouble. Anybody is connecting with Jairaj? Could you please check it out? Magesh or Dinesh, Hari, Kadir.
One second.
Can you check? Please check with Jairaj.
Sometimes, Prabhas, like in this bar chart, like if I'm showing, that, like if that I have to introduce a, like the trend line kind of a thing, trend line. And then I think within this bar, if I want two different colors.
No, that you have to do it manually. Within bars, you cannot have two different colors. That you have to do it manually.
No, explaining something like, that, like, there were like bottom bit of that in one graph, it is completely blank. And like basically I'm showing a trend where my all upper bit is orange and my down bit is blank. And then there's a trend line. I think it is like that combo charts or what, like, because I went and saw the data series.
When you have multiple series, you can do that because that is the multiple series and multiple axis details only you can present like this. Not in, though it isn't plotted in one chart, but axis definitely multiple. So those we're going to discuss that. Don't worry.
Yeah, because I could never, I never couldn't do that. And yes, and that was also done by that big four person. Uh, and then, yeah, but in my place, we couldn't do it.
Okay, no issues. Just watch my screen. See, after this, we are clear. Having the multiple color effects, not an issue.
Yes.
Now, what we prepared so far, though we are happy looking great, no doubt, but it is an outdated version of your chart. Nobody prefers to see nowadays this kind of chart. Okay. So how to make it better, how to bring the latest style, how to make it informative, we are going to discuss now. First of all, take your mouse pointer to any of the column inside the chart area and right click upon that. You have an option called add data labels. So when you go for add data labels, it will take your data labels each and every product wise, whatever the revenue, is it appearing in the top of each and every column? Now select one of the data label. All the data labels would be in selection. But this is not in a readable state. You should make it bold. Control B to make it bold, B for bold. And if necessary, increase the font size a bit, but not make it large or extraordinary large over here. Okay. Then once you have the data
So how did
labels,
you highlight the whole data this?
I did not highlight anything.
Yes, yes.
I just select one of the data label. All the data label will automatically get selected. And then we have to go and make it bold. Control B. And if you want to increase the font size, you can go for a simple keyboard shortcut, Control Shift greater than symbol to increase the font size. All right, so now once we have done with this, though we have got data labels, people, we have our axis scale. This is what nowadays people don't like it. If you are maintaining the data labels, there is no point of having axis scale. If you are insisting axis scale to be there, there is no point of having data labels. But as an audience, if you look at which is giving the instant information, axis scale or the data labels, obviously, no
Data
doubt
label.
about that, data label. So select your axis scale and simply just press the delete button from your keyboard and that will be removed. This is what the latest style. Now, coming to the next. Chart title. Having the chart title in the center, those days are gone. Nowadays, people prefer to see the chart title in the right side of the chart area. If you are reading the Economic Times newspaper, or if you are visiting to the money control site, or if you see the charts presented by the big fours, Bain and Company, McKinsey and Co., you will be finding always the chart title in the right side. All right. Having said this,
Yes.
the moment I present it, no doubt it looks good. But here, one thing always notice people nowadays, the audience is having a different level of expectation. When you present your data as it is, nobody likes it. So what they prefer to see is you should present your data in such a way it should tell a beautiful story to the people. So how to present our data in a beautiful storytelling format? Let's go and have a discussion. Select your data and go for data sorting. What is the shortcut for data sorting? Can anybody recall that? Day 2, I told you. What is the shortcut for data sorting? Alt D S.
Yes.
Very good. So Alt DS is nothing but making it happen over D for data is for sorting. Now sort by use over here cells in USD column and order you choose as largest to smallest. And once you do so, click OK. Can you see a beautiful story turns up? What is that? That from cocoa powder we got the maximum revenue, and from custard powder we got the least revenue. So even though a lemon is also sitting, he can make out what I am trying to present. Do you all agree?
Yes.
So this is how people we have understood how to create a beautiful chart, doing the minimum formatting, bringing the latest style and doing the multiple color effect, and finally presenting our data in a storytelling format. Are you happy the way we are presenting?
Yes.
Yes, no. Okay, Archana is saying yes. How about others? Okay, Hari is also saying yes, he's quite happy. How about others? You can give me your opinion. If
Oh,
you're not
sorry,
happy,
Prabhas.
yes.
I did not get it. Sorry, could you just repeat that?
Select your data and go for data sorting. Right click, sort, custom sort, and from there, sort by sales in USD. Order you change to largest to smallest. Then click OK, you'll be getting the setup like this.
This is so cute, vegetarian jelly.
Okay, you can say that. That's your perception, no issues.
Mm.
Uh, okay, so I would say it's a mixed blend of different flavors of my ice creams. Right.
Custard powder is my favorite.
That's a good one. So mixture of different fruits over here. Okay, great. But trust me, you are so happy watching this, but audience is not going to be happy watching this. Yeah, that's fact. Why you know? Where is the problem? The problem is in this area. You have given everything, but you are giving a boring text and you are forcing your audience to bend their head by another 30-degree or 45-degree to read all these things. And that's what the audience doesn't like it. But I have no other choice because my products are a bit lengthy. Text is too much. What I can do for that? Well, in that case, where the thing it has gone wrong? The thing it has gone wrong over here is in the right selection of the chart. So this chart is not an ideal option when the data is too much, when you want to give an importance of equally to the text. This is not the right format of your chart. So what it's supposed to be? Let's go and select our chart and go for Control D, D for duplicate. Selecting the chart when you go for Control D, can you see a duplicate chart is turning up?
Yes.
Take that, keep it below. And then whatever the original chart we have people, okay, right click on that. And there we have an option, change chart type, able to see? If you click that, there's an option called bar. In the entire chart family, it will be taking to the option called bar. And once you select bar and click OK, can you see? You are giving the equal amount of emphasis to your chart text also. And if you believe this is occupying more space, you can even reduce also. No problem. People can read it properly. So right selection upon the chart also it is a very much important people and that comes out of your practice and experience. So whichever the chart looks better, giving an immense view for my data, you have to take your own call by playing around with your different types of chart styles. So I believe everyone is clear so far, whatever we got it.
Yes.
Right. So now are you happy? As an audience, you are looking at the data. I am the presenter. I'm asking you, are you happy being an audience?
Yes.
Okay. Archana is saying yes, I'm glad. Yes, Mohan, Pankaj,
Yeah, Prabhas, can you please repeat this once? I missed that
which one?
chart. Yeah, last reaction. The chart.
Okay. So could you please share your screen? Let me see.
No, actually, I couldn't share my screen. I'm doing in different system. So you just tell, I will follow. I
So
use
what
Control
screen?
D and Yeah.
Oh, okay, you got the duplicate one,
Yes,
putting
yes.
it in the
After that,
bottom. Right.
yes.
So you can go for the existing chart, right click upon that, change chart type,
Okay.
and go for bar. Select the bar category and click OK.
Okay.
So you'll be getting the structure like this. If you wish, you can reduce the width also, not a problem.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, no problem. So now I believe you all are happy watching this, but still audience will not be happy. Yes. Why? The reason is just stay focused. Our data is there in largest to smallest order, but if you look at the chart in smallest to largest order, so data is not having the sync with the chart. Can you feel that? What is there first in my data? Cocoa powder, but in chart, what is that? Custard powder. So my data is having largest to smallest order, but chart is having smallest to largest order. This is the trouble. So here our expert, they will suggest you, Prabhas, don't worry, go on again, just sort your data based on this particular data in smallest to largest order. Don't go for that option. It will remain the same. So I'll tell you a very beautiful option. Just watch my screen. I will select this text in the chart area. I will select this text area. Okay. I'll go for right click upon the same. I have an option called format access. And when I go for format access, can you see we have an option in the dialog box called categories in the reverse order. This checkbox is not activated. You can go and activate and see the beauty. With immediate effect over here, this chart, whatever we have prepared, is it going to change the order? Right?
I think we should keep watching your videos because this is everything is so there is so much to remember, no, Prabhas?
You have to do that. Oh, I told you in the beginning itself. Overnight, nothing is possible. One time seeing, you cannot remember. You have to keep practicing about that if you want to get that flavor.
Mm-hmm.
So the video links will be there all the time. Don't worry about it. Whenever you want, you can follow that same link. It is not going to be changed. But still, I would suggest you, whenever time permits, download and keep a copy with you for the safer side. Because nowadays, a lot of things are happening. Any email ID also getting compromised, and sometimes something hacking things are also happening. So I don't want you to lose that stuffs. So any point of time, if you need, you can use that. Just download, keep a copy. Okay.
Okay.
Right. So this is how people we have understood in the quick chart sheet how to make a better version of your chart, how to take the right call upon the chart, and how to present it precisely. We got an idea. Now, let me take you through over here. The next chart is called combo chart. Okay. So here in this chart type, what is the role of our combo chart? Yeah, Jairaj, I could feel that. So no worries. You can just look at the recording and practice well. Okay.
Right, sir. Okay, sir.
No problem. So now we are going to discuss about a combo chart. What is the role of a combo chart and why we need this? And if you present something in the combo chart, how it has been more expressive, we are going to discuss everything over here. Take a look. We have got month-wise sales data is there, and along with that, sales percentage data is also available. Kindly select the same and go for plotting a graph. What is the shortcut?
Alt F1.
Go for it. So those who are not getting that, I told you a simple step, go to insert and chart and go for this 2D column. You can go for it manually also. That's fine. All right. Now, once you do that, the first thing first, as I told you, what you need to do, you have to go for the chart design and take the style. Which one? The last one. Then plus symbol and remove the grid lines. Always follow the same rhythm. Now, chart is ready. Kindly confirm. 10. Though we got our chart, people, but it is not ready for the next level. Reason, I'll tell you, just watch my screen. In our chart, if you look at, it is showing the legend, sales INR. It is available, all the blue color columns. There is one more legend called sales percentage. Do you see anywhere the sign of sales percentage in the maroon color? It's not
No.
there. But if you look at very closely, it is sitting in the bottom side of my chart axis. Can you see that? A
Yes.
small patches kind of look it is giving. So this is the problem. And why it is happening like this? Because our data, if you look at, our sales data is there in a number format. Our sales percentage is in percentage format. Technically, these are two different formats and cannot be combined with one axis. And this is the place where it has gone wrong. So what we need to do, we need to create one more axis to the right side, and we need to name it as Z or Z axis, or we can call it as secondary axis, or in technical terms, we can call it as a combo chart. And this sales percentage data, we can go and present it in this axis towards the right side. And that's the place where it is called as combo chart. So now we got a clarity why we need to go for a combo chart. Perfect.
Yes.
So let's see how to do it. Simple. Right click on the chart area. You have an option, change chart type. Go for it. Then you can see in your chart, there's an option called combo. In the bottom left, you have seen a combo option is there.
Yes.
And
This is the one. Yes, yes.
this is what it is available only if you are there in 2013 and above versions of Microsoft Excel. Earlier it was not there. Kadir, you have 2010, adle irkadide. Adida na sunna, minimum 2013 and above, we should go for it. Now,
Okay, sir.
having said this, sales, clustered column, it is showing. Let it be. No need to do any changes. Sales percentage, it is showing with line. Instead of line, go for the drop down and choose line with markers. Line with markers. Go for it. And immediately you will be finding towards right side, secondary axis one checkbox is yet to be selected. Kindly select that and click OK. Can you see a beautiful chart turns up?
Yes.
Right. So this is called our combo chart. So whenever you have got multiple columns and you are not able to present it properly, you can always take a call. Some columns you retain in primary axis, some columns you retain in secondary axis, and make your data more expressive. Chart will not be seeming to be diluted. It will not seeming to be overloaded with many more contents, and people will love to see that. So this is how we have understood how to
What
prepare.
if we have some one more something to show in this chart, like one more axis, where we can put that axis?
It depends which form it is. It is in number form, keep it in the primary axis. If it is in percentage form, keep it in the secondary axis. Simple.
So if
Now
we
say,
if we have in
I'm
the
doing it, I'm doing it, I'm doing it, I'm doing it. Suppose say you have a option called over here,
Mm,
our budget or target, I consider.
mm.
And I have got month-wise different target or same target. Suppose I have got a target of 3,600. Now, is it in a number or in percentage?
Say we can keep it as number, so then so that it comes in the bar.
It's up to you. It's up to you. That's what I'm saying. You have to take a call. What type of data you have? Is it a number format? Then you retain in the primary axis. If it is a percentage format, then you have to retain in the secondary axis. Now say how to bring it into the primary axis. I can select copy and I will select my data. I will paste it. So when I paste it over here, it is appearing, no doubt about it. But the chart
So
is
how did
not
you
proper.
paste it? Sorry, how did you paste it?
Copy and select the chart and paste it.
Copy, okay. The target. Select the chart.
And paste it.
Select the chart. Okay, the whole chart actually. Okay, and paste.
Right.
Okay.
Now you have to go for your change chart type, right click upon the chart area. Now you can discuss which column where you have to keep, which one is returning in the primary axis. So target is coming to secondary axis. I don't want that. I just deactivated this. Now can you see my target data is coming up properly over here,
Yes.
right? So I can keep it over here and wherever it is exceeding the target. So 3600 is the target. So only in the month of Jan, I have exceeding the target. Only in the month of August, I have exceeded the target. Rest of the cases, it is below target, only I have achieved. So this is how you can immediately take a call. Whenever you need to add many more columns, you can add that. Not a
And
problem.
what if I don't want it in the line? If I want in this bar, but maybe I can have different colors. Maybe I can put something else. Like this target is with lines with markers. What if I put it as a bar?
Yeah, you go for change chart type. If you do not
That
like this
stacked column one.
target,
Yeah.
yeah, you can take this. Suppose say you want to go for this cluster column again, it will be coming up like this. But
No,
target when it
in
is
one bar only I want, for example, stacked column.
Mhm. Okay, so one bar itself you want. Then in combo, you cannot take it. Suppose you want to go for a stacked column, only this. There should be only two axes. Suppose say this one and this one I want to present it. You can take it as a stacked column. So take an example. I
No,
have plotted a
I
graph.
got something. Can I share
Yeah,
my screen?
yeah.
I got something. Where is my screen? Uh, Sorry, not this one. What I'm showing. Share this one. This, can you see this?
Yeah. What is happening? This is seeming as a stacked, but it is just going beneath the other one because your value is over here. If you look at what is happening, I mean, say the example, if you talk about the target, where is the target? It is showing a stacked column, right? Again, sales also it is showing as a stacked column. That's why it is coming up. So you have to change both. Can you imagine what I'm saying?
Uh,
You cannot have only one stacked column. You have to change both. So you can take sales as stacked and target as stacked. That's what is coming up. But what is happening? It is not going one just about to the another. It is just going one behind the other. And that's why it is coming as stacked.
so why is it not? So when I'm changing sales, it is why it is. Maybe I can have for. So
No,
whatever
no,
I'm
in
changing for
stack
sales is
there,
changed.
1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute. Stack there are also two different stacks. See, when you keep your cursor in the first one, just keep your cursor, don't click it, don't click it, just keep your cursor in the first one. No, no, you're clicking it, don't click, I'm saying, just keep
This.
your cursor. This is your stacked column, means one upon another, and taking everything as 100%, means your sales and target combining together 100%, or 100 is the value. The next one towards your right, if you look at
Mm,
towards your right, one more setup is there, one more pattern is there.
yes.
This
Oh.
is called your 100% stacked. Means the value will be turned into 100%. And out of that, how much is your sales value in terms of percentage? How much is your target data in terms of percentage? It will be showing over here. So if you look at 100% stacked column, how it is appearing, just click that and see how it is appearing.
Okay. So
Because
this
everything
means this
comes
is
up.
my 100% target and I have achieved
Right.
only this blue part.
Absolutely. This is what it is stating.
Ah. And if I do this,
Hmm.
sorry, if I do this, what did you say? Sorry.
The entire value it's including in the number. It's not in percent. It is not converting the data into percentage. It is just returning the data as it is number only, but one above the other. It is showing.
Okay. Ah, got it.
So don't worry. I'll be giving the entire chart tutorials, how to read your chart data and what kind of chart, what kind of role it is playing. Everything I'll be giving a tutorial for that. It will be
Because
more clear.
for example, uh, how did we do this chart type? Uh, I remember I was having here 3-4 things. So like obviously 3-4 of means different combinations. So like for example, wherein I'm showing suppose if I'm showing the trend line, so my, like if this is my salary, which has to be, which has been increasing as a trend line from year to year, and then I'm in that trend line, and then I have a bar wherein like there is nothing at the bottom. So bottom was white and like blank, so that it looks blank, but when I click it, actually there is something, but otherwise there is nothing. So these bars appear from here.
See, listen. Those things you can, the bottom one which is showing as a blank, it is a filled with no color. It is filled
Yes,
with
but
no
and
color.
then we don't want to show anything. So the chart was really looking like that as if the bars are starting from top towards the trend line, and there is nothing at the bottom, blank.
Right. You can go to the stacked option. You just showed the stacked, that go to the stacked option. I'll tell you immediately. Just
Uh,
change the sales INR to stacked, the first one.
uh,
Second option. Yeah.
uh.
And go for target also. Click that. And go for your target also to stacked column. Okay. Now this is appearing with the secondary axis. Just deactivate that. Third one, deactivate that. Okay. Now you go to the blue color, the green one. Just select the blue one. Select the blue one in the chart. Now click OK. Click OK first. Click OK first. Yeah. Now click the Now just go for your formatting option. In the format is there in the top shape format. You go for fill and no fill. Just make it no fill. Keep the cursor outside. Now what it seems.
Uh.
Now still you have to go for no outline. You have not checked that. No outline. Just outline is there also, outline. There you go for no outline. Now keep the cursor outside. You have taken as white. No, you have taken as white, I guess. No outline. There's an option called no outline. Fill also no fill.
It is not.
It is not coming up. Some other things
Fill as
formatting.
no fill.
Go to the formatting. In fact, you go to the
Or I do
formatting.
this.
The
No,
top.
no
The top.
fill.
Yeah.
Here.
Did you change the outline something? I mean, the chart area, did you give it white or something? Chart area. There you go. Right click. Fill. No fill. 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 No
Fill.
fill. No fill. And then outline. No outline. Now keep the cursor out. Now go to the chart area. Select the main chart. No. Outer wall. Outer wall. There you go for right click. Right click again. Fill. Up. Fill. No fill. Outline. No outline.
Oh, what is this? And grid lines it came.
That's just undo. Undo. No problem. Right, we have to check some formatting patterns only, nothing wrong. So everything is fine. This is how, if you want anything to be blank in the bottom or kind of things, this is how you have to operate. The color fills options only, we have to just fill it, nothing else. So you show me the chart, what you have. Okay, you send me the sample data. I will guide you how to create such kind of charts, not an issue. Okay.
I did it in, that is what I did it in ABC. So I don't have that chart, but I could never, I could never get that. I mean, what I used to do is, because it was already created, I just kept filling this and it used to create, because that chart I didn't even tamper it. So but the best thing was but the thing is that if I have to create something on my own, I can't do it. It was like, I'm just filling this data and then it was getting created.
That is what I'm saying. Whenever you come across anything